Okay, I'm Judd Roberts in Roswell, and I was a minority stockholder and the manager of a radio station here back in those days.
Radio station?
KGFL.
Okay.
And we got word of it with the rancher himself.
Word of the crash?
Oh, I beg your pardon, of this UFO.
Uh-huh.
Of course, there was a release that came out of Walt Hott's PIO department out at Walker Air Force Base. Mm-hmm. And so we followed it up. I did not go out because I
to the crash site.
I did not go out to the crash site. Excuse me for being so hesitant about this. If I'd look at the camera instead of you, it perhaps would be easier.
Well, that's why I'm sitting over here so you can talk to me.
Okay, so that's it. Be that as it may,
So you were aware of something going on out there?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And then
strictly from Walter's press release or other sources?
Other sources. As a matter of fact, I don't know whether I should say this or not, but it was true. We hid out the rancher for one night.
We're aware of that.
Yeah.
Where?
Yes, and we did some transcriptions with him and so forth. Good old wire recorders, if you will.
Where did you hide him out?
We had him out at Mr. Whitmore's house here in town. He lived outside of the city limits on the east side.
So you were present at the actual interview?
I was not.
You were not.
I was trying to run the station at that time.
Mm-hmm.
The question that we ran into is the very next morning, some friendly person, probably from Clinton Anderson's office, called us from Washington and said, we understand that you have some information, and we want to assure you that if you release it on this matter, because it's not supposed to be released, it's very possible that your license could be in jeopardy, and so we suggest that you not do it. And he said, when I mean in jeopardy, like maybe 3 days.
Was there any suggestion when you got that phone call? I mean, did Walt Whitmore hesitate about releasing the information? Did he say, well, we're not going to release it, or we might release it?
I made that decision.
So
you got the call?
Yes, I was at the office, you see. See, W.E. Whitmore, with whom I worked, had different office hours than you and I.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a great nighttime worker, and he came in about 6 o'clock at night to talk to me about the radio business, about the time since I'd been there since 6 o'clock in the morning.
So you got the phone call from Washington?
Yes, yes.
And they told you that your license was in jeopardy. Did you?
They indicated that would be a very negative thing.
What convinced you that they meant business and you were really talking to somebody important?
I don't even remember who it was who identified himself.
Was there any?
But he convinced you.
But he convinced me because they'd already made such a stir about the releases, you see, to the newspapers and so forth. And so, in other words, the clamps went on the story. But this was not unusual for me because I had been down here for a couple of years at that time from Minneapolis. And with things like air crashes at Walker Air Force Base or the problems of that sort, it was not unusual for us to talk to the people and they'd say, okay, we've got a release date on this and not before this time. Of course, we always fought it because they always tried to take care of the afternoon newspaper.
Well, that was where my question was going. When you got the phone call from Washington, was there any thought about going ahead to release the story anyway, or did you just immediately kill it?
No, we did not. We didn't think so. We didn't know of it.
So when you got the phone call, that was it. The story was done.
That was as far as I was concerned.
Okay.
I saw no reason to do it because they'd already had the disclaimers out there, 10 tons of them, talking about these weather balloons and so forth. And so that was it. The point is that I was unable, I never did see the material. I talked to people just as you have.
Who did you talk to?
I can't remember. Can't remember at all.
Now you say you hid out, or Walt Whitmore hid out Roswell overnight on...
Oh yes, but it was W.E. Whitmore.
Yes, we understand.
Senior. Senior.
So he had the 45-minute wire recording of Brazel's interview that...
I don't know how long it was. In those days with wire recorders, these are guys all before your time. And if you recorded 15 minutes, you took it back to the studio, and it took you 15 minutes to rewind it at 3.75 or whatever it was.
Do you remember whatever happened to that wire recording? Was it erased?
No, I haven't. At that particular time, there was quite a clamp on discussion of this.
Mm-hmm.
And because there were people who were well thought of people who were pretty well convinced, and Marcel was one of them, and I knew all of those people out of Walker because we had remotes out there and we did lots of broadcasts out of there. So I don't think that I think that we just decided that for Walt Haut's sake and so forth, that we would sit tight and accept whatever it was, even though in our innermost minds we had real question about the validity of it.
Mm-hmm. Had they ever treated a story like this before?
Had they ever created one?
Had they ever treated a story in this way?
Oh, not in this particular way, because this was a highly unique experience. However, as I say, we were used to it because if there were crashes, you didn't say anything about it until the people had been there and all of that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, they embargoed.
Yes, precisely.
But this was a total clamp down.
Well, I would say so. It certainly was as far as we were concerned.
And there was no time limit on this.
They didn't say
Has there
after
ever
such and
been
such
anything
date
like
you
that
can...
before?
I can't tell you because, you see, I just got down here in '46 when I came down here from Pillsbury in Minneapolis. And so I hadn't run into that sort of thing. There was lots of it when we were in the missile site business down here and so forth, because if there was a problem, we were advised and we were out there with our blinking lights and all that sort of stuff, but we sat on those things until there were decent releases on it. People have asked me because there's been a discussion, particularly after your broadcast,
Mm-hmm.
and that revitalized. In fact, I was up in Craig, Colorado last week, and a guy who hasn't been interested at all of a sudden he's a fan, and I sent him the book from Moore
Mm-hmm.
and so forth when I got home here on the weekend. But the point is that insofar as I was concerned, people say, do you think it was true? And I said, I don't know. But I'll tell you this, it's hard for me to believe that in this infinitesimally small area of the universe that we're the only people with any intelligence. So if there are, and another thing that interested me is because I had a friend who had a lot of hours with, I think it was with Northwest at that time, and he had, I don't know how many hours as captain, and when he said he saw something off the left wing, here's a guy who, when he makes a statement, if you're a disbeliever or an unbeliever, you say, boy, I don't want to fly with him because I think he's a nut. So he puts his own business in jeopardy, as it were.
So, W. Whitmore had Brazel overnight.
Yeah.
Did you actually see Brazel himself? Did you ever see Brazel?
Only when they first came in, yeah.
How did he come across to you?
I didn't talk to him very much.
Mm-hmm.
We were, frankly, hiding the things for Halloween, and we didn't want to make much of a stir on it. And Whitmore's lived way out on East 2nd. So that's about it.
Did, so Brazel is with Walt Whitmore overnight.
Yeah.
Did the military come and pick him up, or did Whitmore take him to...
I think he turned him over.
Would it be fair to say that Whitmore surrendered him to the military, or is
I
that
don't
too
think
strong?
so, because he was just a guest overnight.
Okay. So
you don't surrender a guest unless your name is this guy over in Iraq.
But was the military was looking for him, though?
I think so.
Yeah. Was W. Whitmore hiding Brazel from the military or from your rivals?
We just had a good story.
So Whitmore was more worried about protecting his story than the military finding where Brazel was.
We had no reason to hide him out, particularly, except we wanted to do some talking to him first. It so happened that it was all for nothing because we didn't use it.
So that next morning, Whitmore decided he wanted to go out to the crash site.
No, I decided that.
You
I
decided.
wanted to go out because Whitmore had been out there.
Been out to the crash site, or?
Yeah, I think, but I don't know. He couldn't get any closer than I did. I thought we could do it with a back road or something.
So you followed the back roads out toward Corona.
Sure.
What happened when you got out toward the crash
Well,
site?
they just had some roadblocks, that was all.
And
That was on one of the back roads.
Well, they had the whole thing. You used the word cordon a minute ago. I presume that might be a pretty well. I didn't pay that much attention to. I wasn't driving. We had another guy, and I was more interested in just getting out there, and disappointed because, believe me, we didn't get close.
You say another guy, do you happen to remember who that was?
I haven't the slightest idea. We had about 6 people working for the station.
So you went out to the area, you were stopped by the...
Sure.
How did they do that?
They just say, sorry, the road's closed, this is a restricted area.
Military men?
Yeah, we were used to that.
Were they in a Jeep? Were they in a car?
I can't imagine. I imagine they were just one of their blue sedans that they had.
And as you approached, the fella came out on the road and waved you down?
Sure. But as a matter of fact, the reason I'm so vague, I don't mean to be intentionally, is because at that thing, it wasn't really a big deal. Because we'd had these experiences before where some accident had happened and where they just kind of blocked off the whole area. So it was perfectly reasonable as far as I was concerned.
So you didn't get out to the site, you were turned around at that point and came back to Roswell.
How close did you get, roughly?
I'll bet I wasn't within 15 miles. I don't know. I haven't any idea, because at that time, as I say, it wasn't important. We wanted to see the stuff we'd heard about. And of course, by that time, it was all picked up. Certainly that day. That's about the story.
You said the stuff you heard about. What did you hear? What do you recall?
Well, one of the things that I still remember specifically is that the material, they said, was as thin as the wrapper on a Lucky Strike package, but you couldn't break it, and if you twisted it and scrunched it up together, it would come back to its own deal. They tried to burn it, and so forth, and it was a good mystery for a small town. But of course, we had at that particular time, we had a lot of military people here, as you know.
Did you notice any extraordinary military activity in town at that time?
Of course, everybody started watching the sky.
So there was an attitude within the town itself.
Oh, very aware. And my thought was, looking back to the old days of the invasion, if you remember.
War of the Worlds.
Yeah. And the effect it had on people on the East Coast particularly. And I thought that perhaps maybe this was a good reason. I have reason now to believe that it was more than just protecting the public from getting upset over something. Because after that, you know, we got into little Lubbock Lights and all of these sort of things. And people that I knew who were highly respectable, people, long-time guys, ranchers and people like that, who saw some of these things, and they had no reason to kid anybody about standing on the side of their pickup and watching these lights go back and forth up in the mountains. They're not the sort of people who needed to do that, or was it their nature to be that sort of a person?
Around the station, what was the general reaction to the weather balloon story?
Hell, the weather balloons were being launched about a block from us every night. Because they did that with the Weather Bureau at that time. That's how they got their readings. So weather balloons per se were not that interesting to us.
So you didn't buy that explanation?
We really didn't, but we didn't have any good reason, because that material was scattered out there, as you well know, and it wasn't like being able to see where something goes down and there's a hell of an explosion and there's a big dark place.
Did you ever have occasion to talk to, say, Colonel Blanchard or any of the people out at the base after this event and subsequent years, and learn anything from them? Maybe they said something to you?
I don't think so. Bill Blanchard was one of the first guys I knew out there, because he had served under my uncle, who was a general in the Air Force. In fact, we had 4 guys out there who were commanders who had all been students under him down at what used to be Kelly, down in San Antonio. So I always made it a point to meet those people, because they're nice people, and we entertained them a few times, and we could go in there for a drink or something on occasion. But no, we didn't discuss it. And I don't know why we didn't, because that would have been the time to try to find out something, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
But,
After Whitmore turned Brazel over to the military,
yeah.
you saw him after this. Did he ever?
Did I see
You saw Whitmore, certainly.
Oh, sure.
The first chance you had to ask him about wire recording.
I do not know, in retrospect, why I didn't. I just figured it was a dead story, and
What I'm saying is that Whitmore never told you what the rancher said?
oh, and just plain discussion, but the rancher didn't say much. The rancher really said, hey, I was out and I was riding and I saw this and this is what it looked like, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And so I came to town to tell some people and mentioned it to some people, and pretty soon there was great interest. And so I don't think that he himself went in there and did a lot of pseudo-scientific experiments with this material. There were all sorts of stories about bodies being loaded into planes and all that sort of stuff. And part of that first bunch went right down to Fort Worth, to Carswell. And the rest of them, I understood, went back to, who's at Akron?
You mean Dayton, right field?
Yeah, Dayton. Yeah.
You say others, you mean other aircraft, or?
Yeah, the presumption was.
Did you hear any bizarre stories of aliens running loose in Roswell at the time, or anything like that?
No, we did not. We probably been too scared to notice it. After all, that was all pre-ET, and we didn't know how friendly these folk are.
So basically, all you really know is a little bit of what Whitmore told you about the rancher finding the debris, coming into town, and then attempting yourself to go out to the site and being turned back, and receiving the phone call. Now, are you sure it was Clinton Anderson's office and not?
Oh, no, but I would assume so. He's our senator.
Could it have been Dennis Chavez at the time?
Well, it could have been Dennis Chavez, I presume.
So,
that was good enough for us, because at that particular time, you didn't go around wrestling with the FCC if you could help it. They gave you enough trouble on other things. Sitting out on a hill and monitoring you with a lousy 250 watts at that time.
To make sure you weren't putting out bad information.
Oh, bad information, and or ASCAP was out there trying to find if we were playing some of their stuff and not reporting it. So we had all of the government that we needed.
Any information about the rancher in the next couple of days?
No, I don't.
Did you have the impression where he was?
I do not recall. It's very possible. But all I know, he didn't come back into the station or anything like that.
Did you ever see Brazel after that?
I never did. But that's not unusual. These guys all live hell and gone away, as you know. And we were busy at that time. And I had a small staff and 3 or 4 guys working from the base who were working part-time and so forth. And as I say, in retrospect, if we'd had any idea of what we had and what general interest there would be, boy, then it would have been easy, and we would have sat down and said, let's see if we can find out this and that, and put 2 and 2 together and get something.
Did the military ever come by the station to pick up press releases or anything like that? No indication that the military came back to make sure there was nothing left behind that might?
No, I don't think so, because we were very close to the PIO department, and because they were a source of news, and even if they had, why, I don't think it would have made a great mental note after all of these years, because it was not that uncommon a situation.
Through the years, and certainly since the resurrection of all the stories involved, any people that you've talked to, any former colleagues or anyone else that ever voiced an opinion or related any little tidbits of information to you?
Oh, that I didn't have?
Mm-hmm.
No, because it was usually, do you believe this stuff? And it so happened that I believed it to some extent at that time, and then ultimately I just felt more and more that this was a possibility. It was nicely hushed up. Let me put it that way. That's a general way of putting it.
So you weren't that concerned that the military came in and suggested that you not release the story. That sort of thing happened on a regular basis.
Oh yes. Oh sure.
Whether it was an aircraft accident or maybe something that.
Well, see, we were trying to cover all of that stuff at the local level because that's what we had. That's all we had. And in the two stations with which I was associated over a period of time, we always had mobile units, and we could broadcast and so forth. And even in those days, if there was a story, why, we chased it pretty hard.
But for this one, you didn't really think there was a story, because
I didn't think we were going to be able to do anything with it. I thought that whatever they were going to report, because the question was in many minds here, that whatever they were going to report, that's what we would tell them, so the people would know.
So there was no place for you to go with the story.
No, because we really didn't have the story. We had a discussion with a guy who had found some stuff, but they did a good job of closing that thing up. Hell, I think Marcel was out of here in, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, I imagine. There were some people that were shipped out. Maybe that had been planned for 90 days, but the coincidence of it made people say, "Boy, we'll get him out of here."
Was there much talk among the townspeople?
Oh
Then?
my, yes. Sure. It's the most exciting thing that happened since they sold the prize bull at the 4-H sale.
Covering all the big news.
Yes, I mean, secondary story, but next is the bull.
Was there any general tone to the public reaction? That they believed it, they didn't believe it, whatever?
I wouldn't have any idea, because we never did run a poll or anything like that. I would suggest that there were some people who said, "Boy, this must be a big story, or they wouldn't have made such an effort," and others who said, "Some nut."
And so
it was a weather balloon, and that's good enough for me if they told me it was a weather balloon, by George.
Which side were you on?
I was in the middle between at that time. I obviously have gone to the there was such a thing now, but only on the basis of small bore logic that, as to repeat myself, if we think with this little dot, and it's getting smaller and smaller all the time, even though this thing isn't working too well up there now, but the fact is that for us to consider the fact that we are the only people with the intelligence to do that, and there's been so much stuff to the contrary since those days that I don't know. All I know is I think that to keep repeating myself, which I don't mean to do, but you could cut it, I presume. But the point is that why should we think in this little weensy part of the universe that we are the only people who were ever created with any intelligence? I know people who think there are other intelligences in space that are perhaps way ahead of us. And this might have been, maybe somebody came down and said, "Hey, we saw some flares down on that little old place over here on the atomic test. We saw some flares, we thought we'd send somebody down and take a look, see what was going on." And so they did, and they may have had the misfortune to do some bad navigating or something.
Well, that's a new way of putting it.
How did you know which ranch to go to?
Because we talked to the guy when he came to town.
And he actually told you, he gave you directions or told you?
All of these old timers knew exactly where the ranch was. Everybody knew where all of these ranches were. Big ranches at that time. And, no, I was busy in the station, and that was a very busy 7-day-a-week job because we covered sports and we covered this and we covered that, and I did all the selling of all the advertising, what little there was. And so my job was to stay right there and run the thing. Whitmore himself was an absentee owner, and that's the whole story.
Looks like that's it then.
Is this deposition over then?
I believe so. I think you've done a heck of a job.
Well, no.
I'll turn this off for you. How's that?
Fine. Were they in your program where the discussion? They thought it, and they never bought the idea that it was a reflection from somebody's glasses down on the ground.
I'm just putting the date on this now so that we've got a picture of you with the date. So that we.
Well, I wish I could be more helpful because I'd love to see you guys come up with some real solutions if you could find it.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
Are you?
Putting the little bitty pieces together.
In fact, we feel we can put the whole timeline together.
Which is why your story is important, because you have a couple of little pieces that help fit it into the whole chronology. So I can never convince you how important your story is to us.
Well, I realize because I'm impressed that you are willing to take the pieces. But that thing is pretty well shattered out. You've got to pick them up, don't you?
It's shattered and it's old.
And find out.
Oh, yes.
That's the big problem.
Hallucination. I know I saw it.
Well, we're rolling now. We've got the tape going. So you're Mrs. Lyman Strickland, Marion Strickland.
Yes.
And we're here in Roswell, New Mexico.
On
Again.
September 27th.
Which it says right there on the official thing. And we'll turn that off. And so, let's go. You were saying you knew Mac Brazel.
Yes.
He was a neighbor.
Yes.
And you lived out near his ranch in the summer of 1940?
The ranches joined on a corner. They cornered.
Okay.
In which direction?
It was southeast of Corona, and the cornering was in the same direction, southeast of Corona.
So you were farther from Corona than Mac was?
No, he was further.
Oh.
That ranch belonged to the Fosters at the time.
Right. And you knew Mac how long before the summer of 47?
We moved there in 1939, and I had 3 small children. Excuse me.
Can we help you out with anything there?
I'll turn that off.
Yes. Back on. No, that's okay. We were talking about Mac Brazel.
Well, we moved there in 39, and I had, my youngest child was only 3 or 4 months old. And I didn't get around to meet neighbors, but my husband did. And he undoubtedly knew Mac from very soon after we went there. We bought the place in 39. So, Mac came by. He would stop, and sometimes at the barn, sometimes he came in the house. I just knew who he was.
He's a very friendly guy?
Yes, he was a very self-sufficient country man. He was very dependable and self-confident. He was not stupid. He was not a highly educated person.
So moving ahead to the summer of 1947, leaping right ahead, you're of course aware of the events that took place in July of 47.
Yes.
Now you have no personal knowledge of what happened. You didn't see anything. You didn't go out to the crash site or anything like that.
No.
You didn't.
No, I think Mac went to. See, we were on a spur that was off of the main line that went from the Foster Ranch to Corona, and he would have gone by the Proctors and Saltimars first, just on the way to town. But he would come out of his way to come by our place. But he came by and told us about it, and probably tried to get Lyman to go down and look at it. Sally said she...
Now, Sally is your daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
We had 2 sons, but they're both deceased. And she thought that she could remember him wanting Lyman and the boys to come down, and the kids. She was one of the boys. Literally. And she said that that was a busy time of the year. If it was dry, and it was dry more than it was anything else, they were feeding or marking lambs or one thing or another.
Now, you said you remember the thunderstorm? Or?
Oh, yes, because we had this is the house that was built later. We had a little old dinky shack that had a porch that wasn't any wider than that. And my husband, all ranchers go out on the porch to see where it's raining, how much and who got some. And he had to stand out there and see where it was raining, and there was so much thunder and lightning that I begged him to come in the house, and finally there was this terrible thunderclap, and he came in and he says, "Boy, that hit something." You know, it has a different sound. It has a hollow sound.
So he thought lightning had struck something.
Yes, and it was 2 or 3 days after that Mac, no, it was longer than that. It was a week or 2.
Did, he didn't see the lightning hit anything, he just...
No, that's hilly country. And the clouds were hanging low. They were pretty low. So
then you and Lyman, nobody went over with Mac to see the stuff?
No. Mac went to the Proctors and maybe the Saltimars. I don't know if he went there. But they didn't go down there with him. I guess everybody was busy, and Mac thought it was a weather balloon or some sort of an experiment, that he was glad to do the government a favor to bring them the pieces. And that's actually the attitude he had when he gathered it up and took it to town.
So he brought it into Roswell, when you say town Roswell.
Yes.
Right. And what happened to him in Roswell? Did he ever talk to you about that?
Very secretly, and he didn't talk to me a lot. But they were around my table, Mac, and I don't know whether Bill Brazel was there or not. I don't remember that. But Mac and my kids and Lyman, and I was busy carrying the coffee pot. And I really heard more sketches of the conversation than if I were just sitting there talking like we are here.
What pieces of the conversation did you hear? What do you remember about that?
How nasty the officers at the air base were to him.
By nasty, what did he elaborate on that?
He did to them, yes. He was held for, I believe it was 3 days or 3 nights. Of course, ranchers all had livestock in their corrals that had to be fed, and Mac was there by himself. And I think he called Bill. Bill was in Albuquerque to come down and take care of his livestock, but they literally threw him in jail. And it was 2 or 3 days later, Lyman and Floyd Proctor had some business with the Bureau of Land Management, which had an office. I don't remember where their office was then. Anyway, they came down here to the Bureau of Land Management together, and they saw Mac being escorted by 2, I believe 2 Army men, and I don't know whether he had handcuffs on or not. I don't believe I ever heard that, and I don't believe he did. I believe they just said something about it, because we were all, the whole neighborhood was scandalized that the Army, that the services would treat people like that, people who had good intentions.
Did Mac never mention what went on when he was held on the base?
I didn't hear it. Surely Walter Hawk did. He was a lieutenant. I couldn't tell you because, like I said, I was carrying the coffee pot. Mac was very secretive, and I know that he made it plain that he was not supposed to tell this and not supposed to tell that. And I think most of what he was not supposed to tell was that there was any excitement about this material. Now that's my recollection.
But Mac was pretty unhappy?
Oh, you bet. He was a man who had integrity. He definitely felt insulted and misused and disrespected.
So he was annoyed at the way the military treated him.
He was worse than annoyed.
He made the effort to come in with the material, and they treated him that way.
That's right.
And he sat basically at your coffee table and elaborated
At
on
my
it.
dinner table.
Dinner table.
Didn't have a coffee table.
I meant dinner. I meant actually kitchen tables. What I meant.
Yeah, that's probably.
Was this the only time that he talked about it? Did he ever mention it? Maybe some other times, or?
I don't remember him being at my table. I was in the house. Now, lots of ranch women are around the corrals a lot, but I wasn't. And he came to the house off and on. When we built this new house, he came and helped line with the plumbing. Of course, that was later. But I don't remember that he ever came during that time of stress. And he was definitely under some stress and felt like he had been misused and kicked around.
And this was right after he got back?
Yes.
Right after they let him go?
Not too long. And since none of us really knew then what the importance of it was, I don't remember just how long it was. It might have been 2 weeks. I don't think it was 2 months.
Did he talk about the material?
Yes, he did. I remember he said something about that you could crumple it up and it would come right back out. Now, my daughter, I have been asked before if anybody had any scraps of it. And my daughter told me on long distance, she was only 10 years old, and she said she wasn't impressed with it, but that Bill Brazel brought a scrap of it up there, and he was at the corral. He was not in the house, and I know I never saw any of it. I never saw it at all. And she said that it was very, very thin, that I sewed a lot, and she was familiar with fabrics, and she said it was like a very thin cotton, but very tough. Now, she emphasized the words tough. And I said, how big was this scrap Bill had? And she said, 6 inches by 8 or 10. And I said, what do you reckon he did with it? And she says, well, if they didn't, Bill's, I don't believe they were people who kept a lot of, they didn't have their house cluttered like this. And she says, well, if he didn't realize the importance of it, he probably threw it away. Now, of course, I don't know. That was just conjecture.
Where's your daughter now?
Fort Morgan, Colorado.
And it's Sally
Tadolini.
Do you think it'd be all right if we talked to her, called her long distance and chatted with her?
I'm sure it would.
Do we have a phone number?
Yes.
Do you happen to remember what it is?
Yes, I do. Do you want to write it down?
No, I'll have it recorded.
Oh. 1-303-867-5025.
Okay.
That's her home telephone.
And that's Sally
Catalini.
Catalini.
Now, of course, her husband and sons wouldn't know anything about it.
Are they from this area, or are they from Colorado? Or?
They're from Colorado. All of them.
But she says Bill Brazel brought a scrap of it by for her to take a look at.
Well,
Or just to show.
to show, and like I said, now she lived at the corral.
Mm-hmm.
Her daddy had to order her to the house. She had her horses and so forth. And she was out there, and the boys were out there, and I suppose Bill stopped, and that was the whole family as far as Bill was concerned. So, and I don't know whether I was home or not.
So basically what you know is Mac Brazel was held by the people at the base for a number of days.
Yes.
He came to your house and was irritated by
He
their...
was worse than irritated.
by the treatment of them, and you heard some of his discussion about what went on at the base. And then Lyman saw Mac in the company of a number of...
If I could say something that's off of the record.
Back on the record.
Could I ask you about the thunderstorm again?
The thunderstorm.
Did anyone else comment? Did you hear anyone else
Comment about the thunderstorm?
about the storm?
I asked Juanita about it one time, and she said no, she didn't remember it because she had little children. Her children, by 1947, mine were 7, 8, and 10 years old, 12, and hers were babies. And I think that's what she said, that she didn't remember that thunderstorm. I don't know if anybody else did or not.
Anyone else in the family that commented about the loud
About
thunder?
thunderclap? Sally could remember it. I don't know.
Okay.
My sons have said are not living.
Did Mac say anything while in Roswell that he was threatened, or that they?
I think he was threatened with something because he was threatened if he opened his mouth he might get thrown in the backside of the jail. Now he gave that impression definitely. He must not tell anything.
He said that he wasn't supposed to tell anything.
Yes.
So he was angry, but yet he also took it serious
Yes.
that he couldn't say anything about it.
Yes.
Was that unlike him, that he would
Yes, it was unlike him.
buckle down against something that was
He
a
was
threat?
a very upfront person. He would be likely to say what he thought, and if it fitted, if you didn't like it, well, so what?
So what? So what would it take to get him to keep his mouth shut about something?
A serious threat.
More than just a physical threat.
I think so. But I don't know of any threat that was given.
Right.
Like I said, I was carrying the coffee pot.
Could they have done anything else to try to shut him up?
Like what?
Bribe him?
You couldn't bribe Mac. I don't think you could. I think he'd double up his fist and back you away. I really do. I don't think he was that kind of person. Has anybody else made any such remarks about Mac?
Well, I was just going to ask, as far as his financial situation prior to the incident?
I don't know much about his finances. His wife lived in Alamogordo and had a home there, and I've been there, and it was a nice house. Well, it was just a nice house in a nice part of town. It wasn't extraordinary in any which way, but it was a nice home, and she had a pretty yard with flowers. And I don't know whether she didn't want to live on the ranch or what, but the Foster Ranch was a big ranch, and probably the pay was something important to Mac.
Any idea what a man would be paid to run a ranch in those days?
No. I know what we had to pay hired men when we hired them just by the day, but I don't have any idea what a ranch manager would have got.
What did a hand get per day back then?
A common hand would get about $60 a month, and or $5 a day for a day's work. If it was hard work, and if it was somebody that knew what he was doing, like windmill work or fence work. But I don't know what Mac knew. It wasn't anything you talked about around the table.
Was there anything different about him after this?
He might have been a little more reticent because he felt like he was disgraced, and he really wanted to square himself with his neighbors. I think that's why he talked a little, because he was afraid that the neighbors might think he had done something of a crooked nature. But he might have been a little more anxious to, I don't know. When we built this house, I said, this house that's in the painting, Lyman didn't know anything about plumbing. He cut two pieces of pipe, and they were both too short. Mac come up and helped him, and they put in the plumbing together. Now, I don't know if Mac would have done that before that or not. This was in the early 50s.
Who painted the picture?
One of my sons did.
Did he paint all these pictures?
He painted everything in oil and did all of the wood carvings. Anything that's in China, I did it.
I'm impressed.
He did this one by the fire, by the
Yes.
The campfire?
That's a story. That's a story that's really true. That happened when my husband was about 2 or 3 years old. You want to turn it off?
No, that's okay.
My son painted it from his father's story about it. At that time, they had no fences, or very few, and lots of cowboys. And they ran, this was like the Chisholm outfit, but they didn't work for Chisholm, they worked for Hinkle. And they run cattle from the Pecos plumb to the mountains. And anyway, these cowboys went out in the morning. I don't know how many there were, half a dozen. And this one didn't come back. So they knew something had happened to him. And what had happened was that his horse stepped in a hole and fell with him and broke the man's leg, but not the horse's leg. And the wolves could smell the blood. The skin was broken. The boot was full of blood. and the wolves could smell the blood, and if National Geographic, and they did, I read it, if they want to tell you that wolves won't attack, maybe they won't if there's just one. But where there's a whole ring of wolves, a bunch, and they smell blood, they would. And anyway, he had little chips of wood that he got on fire and threw at them all night long. And they found him, the other cowboys found him the next morning. And my mother-in-law, Lyman's mother, walked up to it and says, "There's supposed to have been a tree right there. That's where the chips come from." My son had never painted a tree. He never painted a tree until I insisted that he paint these that are around the house. And so he didn't put any tree in it. And her sister, Aunt Jenny, walked up to it and said, somebody else in the room says, "Well, did he get over it?" She says, "Well, he sure was a good old answer." So I guess he got over it.
Those are beautiful pictures.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I treasure everything
Oh,
here.
you should.
My son was selling at the time that he died, and he had sold several portraits. And the people who had commissioned portraits came and gone. But I kept everything else. I could have sold some. I just plastered the walls with them.
Yeah.
Great.
You don't want to see.
And what is it that you painted?
I paint china.
And what in here did you do?
Well, this cabinet is full of it.
Up here?
That cabinet is full of it. And everything except one or two antiques in these shelves.
That's obvious where he learned it from.
Yeah. How about these cups with birds?
I painted all of them.
It's incredible.
Actually, that's marvelous stuff.
Now, I didn't paint the Virgin that's in the window. I did about half of the birds, or more than half, maybe.
The flowers on the china thing?
Oh, yes, I did all those.
Extremely realistic.
Well, thank you. I've enjoyed doing it. My son was painting at the time that I found a lady who gave lessons, and that was her husband that came with the onions. And I thought, well, I've always enjoyed China, and I'll do this so I don't interfere with his work. Like heck. He had talent that I'd never have.
It's obvious.
I wouldn't say that.
You've got a lot of talent.
But it's obvious that he had lots of talent, too.
He had a lot of talent.
But it was pretty much a sideline for him?
That's true. It's just-
He was 40 years old when he died. And he had really just gotten into the artistic efforts. He drew from the time he was 4 or 5 years old. Things that you could, well, I'm his mother. Things that you might say, this is awfully good. He drew one that I hung on the wall until it turned yellow, and it was a cowboy standing by a windmill. And the windmill was much taller than, the cowboy was much taller than the windmill. So you know who was the most important.
Mm-hmm.
But both were very good. And he was 4 when he drew that. But I have paintings of his all over. I have a grandson and 2 grandsons that are this daughter's sons. One of them is an art teacher.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to video the paintings.
All right.
I'd like to. I don't know if it'll come out, how good it'll be, but I'd certainly like to give it a shot. And you say this is his house or your house?
Yes, that's the ranch house that we built.
Is it still there?
Yes, as far as I know. My husband had, after we moved in here and I knew what was going on, he had 5 little strokes. But he had glaucoma, and my son and I were suspicious that he had some. This is a painting of his too. This is not a photograph.
Is it done from a photograph?
But this one, my son did it.
Worked in a lot of mediums.
Oh yes. Oh, I can't think of the name of it. He had glaucoma and was treated for it for several years, and his eyesight was such that this old excitable woman wouldn't ride with him, except on a ranch where it didn't matter. But we were coming back from Roswell with a load of feed, and I was driving. We had a 3/4 ton pickup, and usually loaded it with 2 or 3 ton.
This is when approximately?
This was maybe in the 50s. I couldn't tell you exactly. It didn't have anything to do with mine.
Right.
Have you been, I guess you've been to Corona.
Yes.
And have you crossed the Gallo and then gone up by what was the Reynolds Ranch then? There's a long straight road right along the top of I'd call it a mesa. It stretches for at least 2 or 3 miles, just as straight as a ribbon. You come up from a deep draw and go up on this long straight road. Well, go back.
From Corona.
This is going to
Corona.
Corona. And the cutoff that is 59 miles out here, and then it cuts off to go to Corona. It wasn't paved then. And anyway, go back to 1942. About 1942, there were lots of Army planes going over, because that's right on a direct line between here and Albuquerque. And there was one that had the bomb sight. If you remember, they had a bomb sight that they protected with men's lives. And the planes were fixed so that they'd blow up if they didn't land just properly. Well, anyway, this plane circled this was night. We had gone to bed. It was about 10, 11 o'clock. And nearly everybody had tin roofs. This was 1942 now. You could see the tin roofs shining in whatever light there was. And this plane, you could tell it was in trouble because of the way the motors sounded. And they circled every ranch house in that area, ours included. And by the time you think of what to do to go down to the field with your pickup and shine the lights on the furrows the way they ran or something, they were gone and gone on to some other place. Anyway, they spotted this long road across there. And they tried to land and it blew up. And they cordoned that off for a week, gathering up pieces. And anyway, this was 1950. And I was driving real slow and up out of the Gallo, which is very sandy. You don't cross the Gallo just anywhere. It's so sandy that you could bog down in the sand. Came this red light. just as round as the moon. A large, red, pulsating light came up out of the gallo, came directly at us, and all I could think of, we were up on this long road, all I could think of was that it was a plane that was in trouble when trying to land. And I know that Lyman agreed. We must have talked something. The bar ditch was awfully deep, and we went off on that side. It's a wonder the thing didn't turn over with the load we had. But anyway, he got out and run down the hill, and I had a heck of a time getting my door open. But I did get out, and I saw it not through the windshield. And this light came right straight over us and stood there, just as still. And all at one time, it took off and went on in another direction. Now, it didn't occur to me at the time until the next day. There was not a sound. No sound.
You were outside the pickup at that time.
I was outside the pickup. I was not seeing it through glass. And there was not any sound. And I said to Lyman, I'm going to call. We had a telephone bill in, too. And must have had part of this house built. And I said, I'm going to call White Sands and tell them they lost one of their rockets. He says, you just shut up and don't say one word. They'll make a fool out of you. And they already had 2 or 3 people who had seen things. And I was just convinced it was some earthly thing that had gotten loose. But I would like to ask you all, is there any theory of anybody has had a theory that this is a light thing? I mean, like we send a searchlight. The searchlight doesn't make any sound. You throw a baseball through the air and it makes a sound. And I can't help but think that if it appeared to me that this thing was not over 100 feet above, maybe not that much, I couldn't really tell. It was pitch dark. It was something I'd never seen before. And has anybody ever
How's
seen
the weather like?
Clear. Yeah, I remember there was no muddy road, no nothing like that.
I've heard hundreds and hundreds of reports like that.
And you heard that they don't make a sound.
Yeah.
Has anybody said that it could be something that's beamed from somewhere else?
Your guess is as good as anybody else's.
Speculation theories about like holographic projections that almost appears to be 3-dimensional from a projector.
But
it's not even a solid object, it's just a projection, just a ball of light.
Well, this was a pulsating, red, round thing.
What shade of red?
I'd say it was a little bit yellow red, just a little yellow red. There's lots of reds.
Orange red.
More orange red, yes. If I'm going to my palette, I'd pick up yellow red. But it would be an orange red.
Well, we even have lots of reports of huge vehicles hovering over people's heads with no sound at all.
And they can tell that it's a vehicle.
Yes. Daytime.
And no sound. Well, how do you explain that? Because, like I said, you throw a ball through the air and you've got a sound.
The theory there is, too, that somehow the object is able to, with some type of a field that would surround the object, actually draw the surrounding air molecules with it, that would serve to cushion it and eliminate the friction, the air friction.
Something, you're
I know, it's...
speaking Greek.
Really,
So in other words,
we don't know.
there's no friction. In other
Got
words,
some
there's no,
ideas.
well, you know what a sonic boom is, as
Yeah.
far as, because that's where the air is separated by the supersonic jet, and as it comes together, it collapses. So whatever this is, it doesn't cause that.
It doesn't allow it to come together.
It doesn't seem to have to come together. There seems to be no break in the air. So that's where the theory that it's actually drawing air with it. See, too, when you have an object that moves that fast, that the friction would cause it to start to glow. That's where, like, a meteorite breaks up, or even a satellite in re-entry would burn up as it comes into the atmosphere. We don't get that.
Well, this thing wasn't a meteorite because it stood there. Maybe they were seeing how smart we were to see if they wanted to ask us a few questions. I don't know. Decided they didn't.
How long did it sit there?
You know, you're under such a stress at the time, it's hard to say. I would say a few seconds, maybe certainly not more than 3 to 5 minutes.
But you were moving in the truck at the time.
No,
Or
I
you
had stopped the truck.
You had stopped.
Yes. And
Was it up ahead of the truck as it appeared to hover, or was it overhead?
Covered right overhead.
Right overhead.
If I had been in the truck, I couldn't have seen it. But I had, you know, it's hard to open a pickup truck.
Looked out through the windshield.
I didn't look out through the windshield. I did when I first saw it.
Right.
My husband had run off down the draw, and he kept hollering at me to come on out his side, and I think I was afraid that the whole pickup would turn over, because that was a deep bar ditch. I've heard that they've got that road paved now, and I don't know what kind of bar ditches they got, but that one was deep. And anyway, I remember struggling out on the driver's side, and stood there, because by the time I got out, I could see that it was not an airplane that was trying to land and come down the road. But that's what I thought it was.
Could this have been in 1949?
It could have been. I couldn't swear to the date. I hauled an awful lot of feed by myself. His eyes got so bad that...
Well, when did his eyes get bad?
I guess he had some eye problems from the time I first knew him, but they were not treated until in the late 40s. And by that time it was really too late. He was blind for 4 or 5 years before he died.
And he died quite a few years ago, right?
6 years ago.
Oh, 6 years ago.
7 years ago. In January, next January. Yeah, he lived to be 86. And anyway, he and Clenty Saltemeyer saw some things. I don't know if they were told Juanita or not. And I know I saw one that looked like a campsite about 11 o'clock at night one night. This was a crooked road that went from Saltemeyer's to our place. And we had had a lot of sheep stealing. I've got a snapshot over there of where Treats put out
Trap.
a sign that said there would be that they would pay for information on the sheep.
Rewards for
Yes, a reward. And I went right home and called Clenty, and of course got him out of bed. Told him that this campsite was up above. There had been an old road there. And Clenty says, why, that road washed out to where nobody can get in there. And they went up there the next morning and come around from the top side, and they said they found a dead, I believe it was a calf. cast has been booked.
Was there evidence of a campfire?
You know, I don't remember, but I do remember what looked to me as I passed it like lights, lantern lights that would show through a tent, through some of the openings in the tent.
Anybody moving around?
No, I didn't see anybody. See, I was driving, and I didn't want to sit there if that was sheep stealers and wait for them. And I didn't know that the road was washed out. It was in Clenny's pasture. Then in our pasture, there was a bluff on the, we called it the Bonita. And to me, it would be 100 feet down. Maybe it's not more than 50. But they had it fenced off so the livestock wouldn't come up there and graze and fall off. And it was very rough. You couldn't get up there with a pickup or even a Jeep because pieces would fall out and fall into the canyon below. And that was above our house. And as we turned the corner to come in, been to a ball game one night and come in after the ball game, and here was a light going down like from one fence post to the other. Just as clear. I don't drink. And I didn't plan.
This ball game, you remember anything about the weather?
No, I wouldn't have gone if the weather had been very threatening. Not that we lived in a remote enough area and had livestock that, I guess I'm an old stick in the mud. I just wouldn't have gone. I'm not that crazy about sports. My kids were, the boys were playing, one of them. The other one went to private school.
You had an interesting time.
You know, I think so too. And we saw the first atomic bomb.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Saw the flash?
Yes. Uh-huh. And this is true. My husband was one of those that thought if you didn't want to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you were probably a little lazy. And he shook me around and he says, "Come here and look." And this was an old house and just had one little window about the size of that out on the west side. And he wanted me to see this explosion, and I did not see any mushroom. We were in a direct line from Alamogordo, behind the mountains. But and it was very white, and it went right straight up. If there was a mushroom, I didn't see it. I got up and looked and went right back to bed.
What'd you think it was?
We talked about it a minute or two and thought I think he suggested it might be an ammunition dump because nobody knew what was going on over there then.
Right.
It hadn't been announced.
Absolutely.
And that's what we decided it was, and I thought, well, it's an ammunition dump, so what you got me up here for? So I went back to bed, and I think he went in and made coffee.
Had you heard any rumors about what was going on?
No. If so, I don't remember it. We had an awful lot of drought, and we also had planes that we know they came out of Alamogordo, out of the base there, that scattered something that dispersed the clouds. And out here I've got a government bulletin in an old I've got it out there in a box. I know where it is. It'd take a while to go find it. Anyway, the ranchers all really, they thought that the But these young boys were doing this. They were buzzing windmills too at times, and they thought they were doing some of it just on their own, just to be funny. And they made a protest, and there was, I can't remember that man's name for sure. Anyway, the general, and he came in from El Paso, and he told them that it was not his boys that was doing that. It was a group that was assigned to experiment with the weather. And he gave us the address and what to ask for, and we got these bulletins, this one that I'm talking about. And anybody that asked for one after that didn't get it. They shut it off. But I still got it.
Tell us about the experiments.
The experiments were going all up and down the Rockies, even into Montana. And there was a big experiment station right there at the mouth of the Platte River where they had, when they had that big flood on the Platte. 1960. But this one was spotted too. I mean, it was named. We got first government bulletins from Montoya, Senator Montoya. Anderson was, Senator Anderson was downright insulting. We were just a bunch of hicks that didn't know anything. But they could see some of these planes coming in. They were branding calves or marking lambs or something one time, and a bunch of men around on the Gallo, and this wasn't at our ranch, but all the neighbors got together to do those things. And they could see something being dumped out or spewed out of these planes, and the planes going right, you might say, into the clouds, or they appeared to go into them. The clouds would just vanish. You could just go buy more feed.
You saw this happen?
I didn't see that. My husband was there. But I saw the planes come in. One time we were stuck in that same draw that had that bluff on it I was telling you about. With the anyway, the water had come down. Those magazines are to be given away, and you can have any you want. We were stuck, and there was the biggest old black cloud up above, and we needed rain and needed it bad. And we were just working like crazy to get back. It was my husband and the oldest son and I to get that pickup out of the draw, because it would have washed it away. And the planes come in, and finally somebody noticed them there, and those clouds just absolutely lit us together. This government thing, they said in so many words that they were trying to send the moisture into the areas that needed it for dry land farming, wheat, and so forth.
Makes sense.
I think they nearly got sued. They washed away the Kansas City stockyards once.
Got one.
Which served them right.
Got predicted, man.
I think that's all we really need.
Great.
Done some wonderful work for us.
Well, I hope it's been worth something. I think the American people ought to know what's going on. I can realize one reason that this was kept secretive is, you remember Orson Welles?
Yep.
You're too young.
Well, we read about it in the newspapers.
I do.
Well, anyway, he had written a play,
Right.
and I think it was in New York City, that there was a downright riot.
War of the Worlds.
Yeah. People from the other worlds were coming, and the people in New York City just panicked.
as they're well known to do, people in New York City.
I guess so. Anyway, that's the only reason I can see why they can't be honest.
Of course, now they've had so much practice
Yeah.
at being dishonest.
Yes, and
Second nature.
they have been used to the idea of their superiority and lording it over the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
We're just the taxpayer.
We're just children that have to be taken care of.
Yeah, we're just the taxpayer that
Yeah.
they can gouge for more money.
So what do you believe crashed out on the Foster Ranch in 1947?
What do I think?
Yeah.
Well, for several years I really thought that it might be something the Russians were experimenting with, but I don't think so anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think that perhaps we have the greatest technological advances of anybody in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't found any living people on any other planets, but they got to come from somewhere.
So you believe it was from somewhere else?
Yes, unless we find a group of people in this world that are smarter than we know about, I don't think it's from this world anymore.
Who would make Well, I think that'll do her then. Thank you very much for your time. I'll make a copy of the tape. I won't promise the quality will be very good.
I'd like to buy two.
I'll make 2 copies and send them to you. Don't worry about it's there. It's very simple to do, and it doesn't cost anything.
It'll be our pleasure.
You have more sort of our payment for
Yes.
for you helping us out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Okay.
January of 1989, a month after his death, this figure had...
And your name is?
Alice Knight.
You can speak up. It won't hurt. And we're here in Delhart, Texas, on October 1st. And you were a niece
Yes,
of Barney Barnett.
of his wife.
Mm-hmm. And did I understand that they kind of raised you for a while? Or?
I was real close to them. They babysat me, about for 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they helped spoil me. And they did not have any children of their own.
Uh-huh. So, Barney was a civil engineer for the Soil Conservation Service, working in an office in...
Socorro, New Mexico.
His office was in Socorro?
Yes.
Okay.
And he was employed by the U.S. government, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. Mm-hmm.
You remember the story that Barney told?
Well, I remember that he saw, one time we went to visit, and I don't know whether it was before my husband and I married or after, I don't recall the dates, but he said that he saw a UFO fall.
Mm-hmm.
He was out working in the field, and I understood that he was out in the St. Augustine plain, and he went over to where it was, and where it fell, and he got nearly to the side, and there was a group of people on a geological or archaeological hunt, and they were over there. I don't remember how many people he said, but they got nearly up to this UFO, but it was close enough that you could see some creatures, or he said they didn't look like human beings out there. And along came a government, or some trucks.
No, with government you mean?
I guess it was government. You know, as I say, it's been a long time ago. But someone came along, and I understood it. I don't know whether it was Army or what. I think he just termed it government trucks, and they told them to go on back and forget they ever saw anything. Now, that's all I recall.
He wasn't specific on whether it was Army or he just said
I
government?
don't recall.
Did he have any clue as to where the archaeologist came from?
He didn't say. If he did, I don't remember. He just said a bunch of young people on a dig.
Did he ever describe the creatures to you?
I don't recall.
He said, did he give you a number? Do you remember if there were?
No.
And they were all dead?
So far as, you know, they weren't moving.
So he never said that one might have been alive or might have been
No,
injured?
I don't think he got that close to them. You know, I mean, he didn't get right up to the side. Seems like there was a fence, and they blocked it off. Or they may have had him move back to the fence, I don't know.
But you don't know exactly where this was, other than you think it was up in the...
I feel that it was up in the Daddle or Magdalena, what he termed as the high country.
The high country. And he didn't give you any clue as to what side of the plains it would have been on, or whether it was closer to Daddle or Magdalena?
No. If he did, I don't know. And I don't really think he did.
Did he ever describe the object itself to you? Say anything about that?
Do you know, I don't, you know what, since you've heard about all these others and things, you don't realize, I don't recall if what he said or what has been put into my mind, or, you know, that I, not that anybody's put anything into my mind.
Well, but you
what you've read and
you've read the books, you
about,
saw the Unsolved Mysteries program,
and things that you've talked about, and there's been talk of UFOs ever since.
But your memories then are just pretty vague about what he'd said.
That's right. Except that I do know that he said he saw a UFO.
And that there were creatures
in it,
and
or
he saw
people or whatever.
So.
And I believe he did describe it as a round thing, but you know, as I say, I don't know what.
Do you recall now, in the subsequent years, what his feelings about UFOs were?
No, I don't even recall us talking about it.
What's your feelings about him? What do you think?
Well, since he saw one, I know that it's true.
So you believe, based on what Barney told you,
yes,
that flying saucers are real and they're piloted by beings from other planets? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know who they're. I just know that they're real. Or this, yes.
But you'd trust anything Barney told you on that?
Yes,
order.
I would.
Was he ever known to play practical jokes or spin tall tales or anything like that?
Oh, I don't know that he'd play practical jokes, but not spin tall tales.
So he was very...
But he was serious about this. This was a serious.
Did it ever come up more than one time that you remember?
I don't recall.
So, and you have really no clue.
I'm sorry.
No,
I recall it so poor.
That's fine. That's exactly what we want, is exactly what you remember, not what
Somebody
others
else
may have said or things that people might have said, but what you recall yourself. So you really have no clue as to when he mentioned this to you, other than it may have been in the 50s?
It was in the middle or latter 40s or early 50s.
Early 50s.
But it'd been real early 50s. I feel like it was before the 50s.
So it might have been 49 or 48. So it might have been right after, close to the time it happened.
No.
Do you remember the context? I'm sure you don't. Remember the context of the conversation, how it came up at all? But it made enough impression upon you that you remembered at least a few of the details. Anything else that you can think of that...
Not a thing.
So you have...
I've tried, to rack my brain to, it seems ridiculous that we didn't discuss it later, and we may have, but I don't recall, and we're all busy, and, you see them maybe a day or two at a time.
Given what you know, what Barney Barnett said to you, what's your feeling of the government claims that there's no such thing, no validity?
Oh, I just don't have too much opinion, except, government, the government.
Do you think the government's hiding information about UFOs from us?
They must.
And this
must be. It's obvious if they're the ones who came along and said, be quiet about this.
But Barney did mention the archaeologist.
Yeah.
Did he mention anybody else who might have been there?
No, he just said these people want to dig, and they told us all to kind of forget we saw it.
You don't have any clues to how many people were involved? Nobody else there that...
No, I think he must have been working alone.
Okay, well, this was sure short.
That's right.
That's
I
why
sure don't know much.
That's why I put it on the end of the tape.
I sure don't know much.
But you have no doubt that Barney was telling you the truth about this. Did Barney ever have trouble with the government afterwards, maybe with the Internal Revenue Service or anything like that? Nothing like that that you can remember? No harassment from the government?
No harassment of any kind that I...
And he retired from the Soil Conservation Commission?
Yes, I think in about 1956 because of poor health. Reason.
And then did he stay in Socorro?
He stayed in Socorro until his death.
And then
in 1969. So he was retired a long time.
And Ruth, what?
She moved she stayed in Socorro a year or two after he died, and her health was bad, and so she moved to Dalhart.
And then she passed away.
Passed away here in Dalhart in 1975 or 76. Probably 76.
Did she ever mention this at all? And
No.
Never brought it up?
No, I don't think so. You know, you just went on with what the present.
Wasn't really that major of an event in anybody's life then?
I guess it wasn't, even though you can't imagine it. Now I can't imagine that it was played down. So, but we really didn't discuss it.
Okay. Well,
I even inquired of my friends back then. They, that we might have come home and told somebody, but they don't remember me telling. Of course, they might have as poor memories as I do.
All right. Well, I think I've probably, as they say, taken up enough of your time. So I'm gonna.
That's fine.
I'll turn off the camera here.
Okay.
It worked out real well, didn't it?
I don't know.
It wasn't horrible or anything.
It was scary.
It was scary.
Okay. Jess, how about just saying your whole name so we can make sure we get everything right there?
Jesse Antoine Marcel.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Antoine.
Antoine.
And you are a physician?
Correct.
And what kind of field of medicine do you practice?
Well, I specialize in ear, nose, and throat conditions, tonsillitis, ear infections, you name it. Anything above the clavicle I have to do with.
And you also are in the National Guard?
Correct.
How long have you been serving the National Guard?
Since 1978 or 79.
Jess, I wonder if I can take you back to the night that your father came home. Do you have an idea about what time of the night that was and what you were doing at the time?
Well, I was asleep for one thing. I want to say it was very early hours. It was either very late in the evening or very early in the morning when he came back in. And I had awakened both myself and my mother.
And why did he wake you both up?
He had something he wanted to show us. This apparently was some debris or something he brought in from the field at that time, and I understand he was on his way to the air base to deliver this, but he felt that this was unusual enough that he wanted us to see it first before he delivered it to its proper destination.
And what happened? What happened after he woke you up?
Well, he was, as I recall, very excited, and again he said, "I want to show you something," and so I got my house coat on, as did my mother, and he had gone out to the car and brought back in some metallic debris. I believe it was in a box. I know. I don't recall whether I walked outside with him or not, but he made it seem like the 1942 Buick we had was loaded with the stuff in the back seat and in the trunk area. At any rate, he brought the material in and spread it on the kitchen floor, and in an effort to try to piece it together like a jigsaw puzzle to get some idea of the form of this, but unfortunately there was too much of it, too finely divided to do that.
How old were you at the time?
11.
And when he spread all this material out on the floor, what was your impression about what this material was like? How would you describe it?
Well, initially, just looking at it, well, what's this all about? Sleepy. But then when you get down and looking at it, it was the unusual character of the debris, and I want to say that he said something like, "This is from a flying saucer," but I'm not sure that he said that. But
the meaning was clear that this is something very special, and he wanted us to look at it.
And what's your recollection about what the material looks like, felt like?
Well, I could divide it into three major categories. I'm thinking back on it quite a few times. There was a lot of rather thick foil-like material, kind of not a shiny aluminum, but burnished or a slate gray type of aluminum metal. There was black plastic type debris like bakelite, which was shattered. It was very brittle material. And then there were fragments of what appeared to be I-beams, relatively small, but the typical I-beam type configuration.
Let's talk a little bit about each category for in a little bit of detail, if you will. Let's talk about first the foil-like substance. What was the size of this material?
Well, I don't recall seeing any piece that was greater than 4 to 6 inches in circumference or in diameter. I don't recall whether I tried to test it for being able to tear it or bend it or anything like that. It was very light, and again, a dull metallic gray color. And there was a lot of that.
How thick would you describe this material?
Well, it was thicker than the usual kitchen foil. I guess there's a newer foil out now for heavy-duty use that is used in storing food, and that's approximately what it was like.
In terms of thickness?
In terms of thickness.
Any other similarities to everyday household items that people...
Well, it's metallic, that's about all I can say. Not shiny.
And the pieces of the foil-like substance, what shape were they?
Well, it was shredded, at least, torn.
So irregular in shape?
Irregular, right.
And there was a lot of this material?
Well, enough to cover the floor with.
Was this...
and more, because there was a lot more left in the car.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. He didn't bring in all
Oh,
of
no. That was only one portion in the car.
Okay. The weight of this material you described as light, would you say that it was unusually light, lighter than you would expect, or heavier, or anything at all unusual about its weight?
Well, feathers. Very, very light.
Very light.
In other words, you could take a piece and it wouldn't just fall to the floor, but it kind of drift down fairly slow like a feather would.
No, that's very interesting.
And
did you actually see that?
No, I did not, but this is what I would have thought it would be like if I would have done that. And I felt like drifting fairly slow.
Light as a feather. Interesting. What you described as almost plastic or bakelite-like material. Tell me a little more about that.
Well, it was black, brown in color. Again, irregular pieces. About a 1/16 of an inch, maybe a little bit greater in thickness. And brittle. At least I suspect it was brittle because it shattered like glass.
I want to make sure I understand. You didn't actually see it shatter,
No.
But it appeared to have been shattered.
Yeah, I didn't try to bend or test any of these things I saw. I just picked them up gently and handled them.
Anything else unusual about the weight of this material? Plastic.
It was very light also. It's kind of hard to, I don't recall it, comparing it with other at this point.
Anything else worthy of comment about this material? Do you recall?
Basically just the description of the color, shatter type, bakelite material. Yeah.
Now how about what you described as I-beams? What were those like?
Well, they were, again, looked like the same type of material that the foil-like material is made of. Metallic, dull gray aluminum, except very light again. I did not try to bend it or stress it in any way, although the piece I remember looking at was about 12 to 18 inches in length. Both ends, I think, were shattered or broken off, wasn't a clean cut. And the material thickness appeared to be about a 1/16 of an inch thickness.
And what color was it?
Again, it's a dull gray, like a flat aluminum finish. I guess that would be a good way to describe that.
Metallic?
Metallic, definitely metallic.
Anything else unusual about this particular piece of material?
Well, the most unusual part of this whole thing was what was on the I-beam, on the inner surface of the I-beam. Because as you look at it head-on, there appeared to be a type of writing on the mainframe itself. This writing was definitely a purplish violet hue. It did have an embossed appearance because you could, if I recall, you could rub your finger along it and you could tell it had texture. I don't recall seeing any lines or letters of any kind, but it was more like geometric shapes. Or, well, it's hard to describe it. It was curved geometric shapes. There might have been some triangles and circles, but it was solid.
Is it possible you might have mistaken it for Russian, Japanese, any other language?
No, no way.
Anything like hieroglyphics?
Well, in my first impression was this is Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I knew enough at that time to know that it wasn't, because hieroglyphics usually have some animal symbols in it also, but there was none.
And the lettering, or we can call it lettering, of these symbols.
Individual symbols. They were not connected.
Okay. They were in color?
Yeah, yes.
But they were on a surface that was what?
Well, the surface was the same color as the rest of the I-beam, dull metallic gray.
So it's just the symbols that were in a kind of purple-pink.
That's right. That is a color that caught your eye. Here in all this mass of metallic gray pieces, here's this flash of color.
What do you recall your father saying that night about how he came into possession of this material?
I don't recall a whole lot of the mechanics or the logistics involved. I do know he'd been gone for quite a while. I'm not sure exactly how long he'd been gone even, but he, if I remember saying something about this came from a crash site or from some fellow's ranch or northwest of Roswell.
And you said at the outset that he appeared to be excited.
Yeah, that's the reason he got us. I thought of that.
Why was he excited about this?
Because he felt this was something very unusual. He felt it was probably something we'd never seen before, would never see again. And again, I want to say that he said the words flying saucer, but I cannot be sure about that. I'm almost positive he did, but I can't recall verbatim what he said.
When you said that your father had been gone for some time, do you mean hours or days or something?
Again, my memory's kind of hazy about how long he was gone. I know he was maybe more than 12 hours, maybe a day or so.
And how long was he at your home that night with the material on the floor?
The total time there was about 15 or 20 minutes.
And what happened after that?
Loaded it back in the car and took off.
Do you know where he went?
Well, he was going back to the base. So that was my understanding.
When did you next see him? Do you recall?
I think it was the next day, although I'm not absolutely sure about that either.
And did you have any conversation with him about what had transpired since you had seen him last?
Well, he would... I'm trying to recall those conversations. I don't know that we had talked about it very much afterwards. The initial excitement had worn off, and then the whole deal kind of was put to rest. There's still a feeling that there's something very unusual about this. It was not, something commonplace, like they would like to say weather balloon or radar target.
Your father didn't think it was a weather balloon or a radar target?
Never did.
Do you think it was?
Well, even at that young age, I had kind of an interest in electronics and weather and things like that. And I'd seen weather balloons and I'd seen pictures of radar targets. That was not one of them.
Was it like anything you'd ever seen before?
Not really. One thing that sets it apart, of course, was those I-beams with the symbols.
Did your father ever speculate about what it was, where it came from?
We would talk about it periodically over the next several years, perhaps, and we'd always felt that it was something very unusual. It would, I think initially they might have thought it was even a Russian weapon or something that come to our nose for the reason for the cover-up or the burying the story. But later, it was determined it was not a Russian thing, and so that left one other possibility, that it was something from out of our atmosphere.
Was your father in the habit of discussing his work? Well, he was in intelligence.
No, he was not.
Not in the habit of discussing his work. So I guess it wouldn't be real unusual for him to be rather quiet about it.
Yes. He was not given to, verbal diarrhea about things like that.
But he obviously did eventually talk.
Yeah, as time went on, the seed had been planted in the back of our minds that there's something very unusual about this. And from time to time, you'd read about some UFO sighting in the paper, and it would trigger maybe a little conversation about what this was.
Knowing your father as you did, what do you think motivated him to go public with this account as he did?
Well, this didn't happen for years, and he was a radio amateur, loved ham radio, and I don't know the exact scenario, but I can picture that maybe they were talking on ham radios. He was talking on ham radio with somebody, and maybe the discussion came up about a recent UFO sighting, and he would say, "Oh, by the way, I was involved with one," and I could picture that as being the mechanism that this thing came out. I don't know that to be sure, but that's, I think, the most likely way.
And when journalists and people came to ask him to be interviewed for this, do you think he had any reluctance? Do you know if he had any reluctance about speaking more publicly to a wider audience about this?
Well, this is many years later, and he'd lost track or touch with the Air Force community, and I think at that time the uniqueness had worn off a bit, where he felt less constrained to keep quiet.
Kevin, I don't have any more questions. Anything that we failed to cover that's important?
When your dad came home, did he ever suggest you weren't supposed to talk about it? Was there any kind of discussion about what was said at the base and let's not talk about this anymore in those first few days?
I don't recall that exactly, but I think the implication was there. That it's over with, don't say anything more about it. At least don't even bring it up.
Did, after he came out with the story in '78, was there ever any contact with anyone in the Pentagon or anybody from the military suggesting that maybe he had spoken out of turn?
No. Going back to the first statement, too, I never discussed this with any of my friends either. I had a lot of friends and acquaintances in Roswell, and I can definitely say I never even told them about what was going on.
Later on, you'd suggested that it was in high school before you'd really ever discussed it again with your dad. Did you ever discuss it with any of your friends in high school when the stories would come out in the newspapers, or suggest to anybody, well, these things are real?
I don't recall ever saying anything about it.
When you'd see these stories in the newspapers, kind of what was your reaction to it? Was it kind of, I know something more about it, or?
Well, my initial reaction is maybe most of these are hoaxes and maybe a misidentification of things, but I do know of one that was not a hoax or misidentification.
Was it the feeling of you, your father, your mother, that it was extraterrestrial in origin?
Yes. We felt it was all a very unique experience, that we just happened to be at the right place at the right time to see things.
But was your feeling that it was extraterrestrial?
Yes. Actually, my own personal thoughts was, after we started sending satellites around, the Russians in 1957 with the Sputnik, I felt that maybe this was a probe that happened to land on our planet from someplace else.
From another planet.
From another origin.
When you had the debris in the kitchen, Was there any odor associated with any of the debris at all that you can recall?
No.
Did the material feel cold to the touch at all?
Well, it was metallic, you know. It was a hot night, so it didn't, you know, I'm sure it's the ambient air temperature, whatever that was at that time.
Is there any possibility that your dad might have slipped a piece out of the box to keep for his souvenir?
No possibility.
He'd never think of doing something like that?
Not at all.
His background was intelligence. Was that his job all through his military career? Was he always in intelligence?
Well, that and photo analysis, interpretation.
Now, did there have been stories that he flew as a gunner?
Well, he did man the guns. I know that. I think what happened, he was a navigator, or he went aloft many times to view the bombing runs personally. You know, despite the fact they had photographs, but he could get more information by being there on the site. And I do know one time that they were shot pretty badly, and he had to take over a pair of the guns. He must have known how to man 50 calibers for some reason. I know he did that. He described sitting on an empty box of ammo and having some slugs go between his legs through the box from a Japanese firing at him.
and was quite excited about that, I would imagine.
And another time they were shot down. They had four engines shot out. The plane, and the B-29 doesn't fly very well on two, and then the third one gave up. They're going down like a rock.
Did he have to bail out, or did he?
He bailed out, yes.
Bailed out. So his military career, he was basically in intelligence mostly for his for his military career.
And he would get stick time as a pilot too, as much as he could. You know, a non-rated aviator type.
We know how that works.
Yeah.
There are many stories about his military career. He did not stay for the full 20.
No, he did not.
He got out as a lieutenant colonel.
Major. He was given a reserve commission of lieutenant colonel, but he was on active duty as a major.
So he never served as a lieutenant colonel?
He never served as a lieutenant colonel. I know a lot of the reserve papers he got to him was addressed to Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Marcel, but he never had the
privilege.
The lieutenant colonel.
So he got out. He had no military pension.
No.
He got out of the service, went back to home in Louisiana. Was a TV radio repairman, or
right.
Owned a
radio, television, and sales service.
And that's what he did until he retired. And the first time you remember him really talking about this, you were in high school. Said something while you were in high school.
Well, about that time frame, you know, because at that era, you know, flying saucers were in the rage. You know, you read about these reports in the papers, and the sensational magazines and things like that, which tend to degrade the story.
As if we need that sort of thing. But he was, for the most part, pretty close-lipped about this, even after he was out of the military.
Right. It was not a really daily topic.
And there was no military pension for him to protect, or no threat of...
No, the only thing he had from the military was he fell off the roof when he was repairing his ham radio antenna in Roswell, and he had a fracture of the arm and elbow, and I think he had $14 a month, you know, for disability, you know, which is a very minor disability, but that was the only thing he got.
So that there was no threat they could hold over him, that if you talked about this, we're going to take away your pension or anything like that. Do you remember how much time he spent on active duty? How many years he got in?
Well, I know he went in 1942 and stayed till 1949 or 1950.
So 7 or 8 years is all. And there was the story that's been published that he wrote the speech for Truman when the atomic bomb was exploded by the Soviets. Any truth to that, or he provided the intelligence information for the president?
I have a vague recollection of something of that nature, but I don't know that he wrote the speech. But I do know that was in on preparing something, gathering information.
It's part of this intelligence function.
Right, yeah, but that was not really a subject of conversation.
Did you ever notice your dad, or did your dad ever break security other than this one time when he brought the material home? Although he really wasn't breaking security since it wasn't classified yet. But did your dad ever break security at all that you can recall?
One other time.
And that would be when?
I don't know whether one. I guess it's. I hate to bring that up, though. I don't know whether.
Okay. But so, as far as you know, your dad really never broke security.
Right.
He never really talked to the neighbors. He never talked to friends about what he was learning with his job.
No, it was all pretty emotional.
Okay. Chance, thank you very much. I'm just going to ask you some questions just to get you started.
No.
Okay. Vern, tell me about your relationship with Barney Barnett. How did you know Barney?
I first met Mr. Barnett. I was with the 333rd Bomb Group in Dalhart, Texas. At that time, Mr. Barnett was living in Mosquera, New Mexico. I met him in late 1943. I was on a bomb drive for the squadron commander out of Dalhart, Texas.
So you both were in the service together?
No, we were not in the service together. He was a civilian working with as a civil engineer at the state of New Mexico.
And what kind of relationship did the two of you have?
Well, Barney didn't have any children. He'd raised a niece. He sort of took me under his thumb. And during the visits, he treated me just about like a son.
Mm-hmm. So, pretty close relationship.
Real close relationship.
I understand around 1950 he told you a story about something that had happened sometime previous. Can you relate that story to us?
Yes. Mr. Barnett told me that when he was coming back from one of his field trips, he'd run onto a flying saucer that had burst open, and there were 4 beings on the ground, and that he was surveying the site, and about that time an archaeological group from the University of Pennsylvania come on the site. There were about 4 or 5 people with this group. As they were just starting to look things over fairly closely, the military moved in and gave them a briefing to not say anything about it and to keep quiet, and that it was in the national interest that they get out of there.
What was his feeling about what it was that he had experienced?
He had no qualms about what it was. He said the vehicle from outer space without any question. The beings on there were not exactly like human beings. Similar, but not exactly.
How did he describe them?
He described them being about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, very slim in stature, and with their heads were hairless, with no eyebrows, no eyelashes, no hair, and sort of a pear-shaped head, with the top of the head being smaller, or larger, I mean.
Any other characteristics about their appearance?
Only one thing that he mentioned is the hands were not covered. They had 4 fingers.
How were they dressed?
They were dressed in some type of a tight-fitting suit. It looked like sort of a metallic, but not metal and not nylon. And it fit to the body very closely, tight. But they were not wearing any headpiece at all. And I don't recall that he said anything about what they had on their feet.
Were all of these beings dead when he found them?
They were all dead and only a short distance from the craft. The craft had burst open, and he said that they hadn't seen anybody inside, but they really hadn't had a chance to look. These were all outside the craft and quite close to the craft, within not too many feet from the object.
How did he describe the craft?
Typical flying saucer.
Disc-shaped?
Disc-shaped, and of pretty good size, not small. It was a craft that probably could have carried quite a few beings. It wasn't one of the little small discs at the three-quarter in Sunny's place. It was probably 100 feet. Big.
Really? How did he describe the impact site, if at all?
He said it had come to rest at a sort of on a, not a high bank, but a sort of a ridge or a bank, and had hit against the bank, had split there. But otherwise it was intact.
Did he describe any other debris or wreckage besides the...
There was no, according to him, there was no wreckage or debris around his craft.
But what, did he give any description about the archaeology team?
Nothing, except there was 4 or 5 people. And they were obviously there for a dig, and they had just come upon us just about nearly simultaneously. He just arrived there, and here they come.
Any names of any of these individuals?
He didn't have any names, because the short period that they were there, and by the time the Army rounded them up and told him to get out of there after they briefed him what and not to say and so on, he got his pickup and headed back for his office.
Did he ever tell this story to anybody else?
He went back to his office, and his boss, he started to tell him, and the boss told him, "Barney, don't tell me anything about it. I don't want to hear about it. Just forget it." And he says, when I was told that, besides having been told not to say anything, he said, and I'm not going to have people think I'm crazy, so I never told anybody else until the time he told me about it.
Did he ever experience any form of harassment from the government?
They were harassing him on income taxes. And I know that one time I visited him down there in 1950, and he was really nervous. This was either the 2nd or 3rd time they had audited him. And I can't understand why they would audit him, because he didn't do any outside business. They had all his income from his job.
What kind of man was Barney Barnett?
Barney Barnett was a real private individual. He didn't smoke, he didn't drink. His family and himself were very private. They associated with people, but not too much on a social basis. But he was very reliable, professional man, lived a lot in the outdoors, and knew the outdoors. Collected arrowheads, and he and I went on arrowhead hunts, had gone on pottery digs ourselves. He showed me how the rattlesnakes operated and how they struck and so on. So we had a lot of time together, because way out there in New Mexico, when you're driving around, there's miles and miles and miles, there's nothing. So we had a lot of time to talk. But in all the time I knew Barney, he never told me a story. I was never told any story of any kind about anything. So I believed anything that he would say was reliable. I could have had a lot more information, but I didn't pump him for information. At that time, I was raising a family and busy in the military, and 15 things to do. And I could have got a lot more information from him, I'm sure. But it was one of those things that you think back, we hadn't had anybody in outer space. We hadn't had anybody in the moon. If we had progressed with this sort of thing, I might have been a little bit more interested in details.
When he related this account, what did you think about this story?
I had no doubts about it. Knowing his reliability, I had no doubts, but it was real. And of course, he said that he was sworn to secrecy. I was still in the Air Force, so I didn't go around blabbing this to everybody. Matter of fact, I had no reason to really bring it up to anybody. The first time it was brought up is when the Dr. Friedenberg was in Bemidji. He gave a lecture on UFOs. I had gone. And I listened to this. I thought, I wonder if I should relate this to him. They're doing a study, and the stuff might be important to his studies. So as a matter of fact, I thought about it, and then I left the auditorium, and it was cold out. It was late fall, I think. I walked about a half a block from there without saying anything. I thought, well, maybe it's a good policy to go back and tell him this. I didn't feel comfortable not doing it. So then I walked back and talked to him. And a few days later, this Mr. Moore was near, and he came over to my house and interviewed me about the details that I had.
Have you experienced any repercussions from having shared this?
None. I haven't had anybody harass me. Everybody that watched Unsolved Mysteries, I've had nothing but good comments. Most people believe these actually exist. And I don't really believe that I've had one bad comment. however they intentionally didn't give your address. But I had calls from every province in Canada except the eastern ones, from Florida, Texas. And the amount of people that seen this, I was amazed.
So you don't have any regrets about having divulged
I
this
have no
story?
regrets about it. As a matter of fact, I could tell the same story 1,000 times without changing it, because I know it to be actual facts. I'm not about to alter anything. And I wouldn't accept one penny or one dime to make any statement, because that would ruin the validity of what Mr. Barnett did, and in respect to him, I wouldn't do it.
As a former military man, what do you think our government should do now that this story is out?
I can't see any reason why whatever information they have is not released. I think any information or documents should be released, because most of the public believes they exist anyhow. And I think the population now is better prepared to accept this sort of thing than they would have been in 1947, right after World War II. But probably reasons why they didn't want it released. I can't see any reason for not releasing.
Okay. Anything that we've not covered that you want to talk about?
Well, the only time that I had any occasion to possibly see a flying saucer, in 1940, I was with the 7th Bomb Group, 11th Bomb Squadron. We'd moved off the coast because of the problems with an imminent war. So we'd moved into Salt Lake City, and we're working out of the municipal airport out there. And just about, it was between 12 and 1 o'clock, there was a disc-like object that come over Salt Lake City. It come from the east over the Wasatch Mountains. In the daytime, it looked like the moon does if you see it in the daytime. And there was 2 pilots that I knew out there. I can't recall their names. And myself out there. And we run for B-17. And we immediately started, didn't run the proper checks on other routes. Taxied right out to the runway and took off. And we chased this. I mean, there was no hope. It was just distances. And it could not possibly have been another airplane or balloon, because the B-17 was about as fast a thing as there was on the market at that time. It come over from the east, went right directly over the airfield, and then it went west, and when we took off, then it just about went at a real steep angle going to the northwest, went up. It kept getting smaller and smaller till it was just like a little dot up there. And nothing that I know of could possibly climb that fast.
And this was what year?
1940. And because I went overseas in 1941. I was in Hawaii on 1st December 1940. I was quite familiar with airplanes. I'd always had an interest in aviation, and that's why I went into the Air Corps. So I have an idea what they would do and could recognize the difference between something like that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your time.
Well, I hope it works out good, but that's basically what they were pretty accurate in, trying to reconstruct. Mm-hmm. And they did film about 20, 30, 40 minutes of me. Mm-hmm. But they only used portion, and they reconstructed some of the rest of it.
Mm-hmm. Did you were satisfied then with the dramatization part of it?
Pretty much, but there was some details that would have changed. And of course, it was impossible for them to know every detail. If I had been on their site, I could have told them some changes they could have made.
Yeah. Like Barney wearing a pith helmet?
Yeah, wearing the pith helmet. Well, and another thing, he had glasses. Because that when he opened the snake's mouth and the venom came up over his glasses, that's how I vividly remember. I can picture in my mind the venom still streaming down his face and on his glasses. And it hit the glasses mostly. And it was just kind of a white foam, and just,
good thing he wore glasses, I guess, huh?
But that's the type of individual he was, an outdoorsman. He knew the Southwest, he knew the outdoors, and he was the type of individual that didn't exaggerate on anything. We did a lot of things outdoors. And I know that New Mexico, because I know what a vast uninhabited area that place is. Yeah. That's why the group in New Mexico was kind of laughing about some of the things I was talking about.
Because they know what you're talking
about. They know exactly that I'd been through a good portion of the state and I'd lived there. I lived in Clayton, New Mexico one time.
Where are you living now?
Bemidji.
Still in Bemidji?
Still in Bemidji. And I put in 21 years in the United States Air Force, retired from them. I put in 30 years with the VA, just about 30 years.
So?
I like working, and I'm interested in things. When I visit foreign countries, other places, I see everything, industries, what the people are doing, how they make a living. You know, I'm not one contented just to sit back and go and lay in the sun somewhere or go to the beach, whatever.
Yeah.
I just like to get in the mainstream of things. I'm interested in what's going on in the world and out of this world, too.
Yeah, obviously. Vern, could I ask you to just sign this form for me?
Well, the officer...
Mr. Porter, what were you doing in Roswell, New Mexico in July of 1947?
I was a flight crew member.
At the Army Air Base?
Right.
And what was your rank?
As Master Sergeant.
And what would normally be your duties as a flight crew member?
I was a flight engineer.
Engineer. Okay. And what sort of normal activities would you engage in?
Well, I took care of the engines in flight, and weight and balance and fuel management.
And did you log in a lot of hours in doing this?
Right.
What craft did you usually fly, sir?
It's a B-29.
Exclusively?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then.
All right. I understand that something rather unusual happened in July of 1947 at the base, and you were involved in a flight. What happened that day that you recall?
Well, we flew these pieces. They told us it was parts of the flying saucer, and we flew from Roswell to Fort Worth. And we started out. They told us we'd be going to Wright-Patterson in Ohio, and we got to Fort Worth, and they transferred them to B-25 and took them on to Wright-Patterson.
And what did you do then?
Then we returned to Roswell.
Okay. Who do you recall was on board that B-29 when you left Roswell?
Colonel Jennings was on board, and Colonel Barraclaw, Major Wunderlich, and Major Marcel was the ones up front.
Okay. And who was it who told you that these were pieces of a flying saucer?
I don't remember just who it was, but it must have been Captain Henderson.
Okay. What did you think when you heard that?
Well, it was first I'd heard of a bunch of flying saucers.
So it didn't really mean a whole lot, I
didn't.
guess. What was it that was actually loaded on board that you saw?
Well, we had it's just packages and wrapping paper, and one of them was triangle shaped, about 2.5 feet across the bottom, and the rest were in smaller packages, about shoebox size.
The triangle shape, is that an unusual kind of packaging?
It seemed to be.
Yes. And this was brown paper on the outside?
Right, with tape.
And did you actually load this stuff?
Yes, right.
What was your feeling when you...
Well, just like picked up an empty package.
Is that right?
Right.
Very light.
Right.
From feeling the package, did you have a sense of what it was that was underneath the brown paper wrapper?
Not really.
Just brown paper and tape, but very light.
Right.
And approximately how much of this stuff did you bring onto the B-29?
Well, it was the one triangle-shaped package and about 3 shoebox-sized packages.
Oh, so it wasn't...
Not very much.
Okay. I don't know, if we were to... Can you give me an idea about what the volume of all of this would be?
Well, it's...
Could you put it in, say, a back seat of a car or
yes.
the trunk of a car?
Yes, it's just small packages.
And you took a B-29. Was it necessary to take a B-29?
Well, that was the transportation, I guess.
That's all you had?
Right.
Okay. And what did the fellows talk about on the way to
there wasn't much talk. They didn't talk back and forth very much. Nothing about it.
Yeah.
Much.
Would that be unusual? Was there normally a lot of conversation between the officers?
This wasn't a regular crew, so it,
how is that? Why do you say it wasn't regular?
Oh, we had officers from other squadrons in the plane, and the Colonel Jennings was the deputy base commander, and Major Marcel's intelligence officer.
Would it be unusual for them to be on such
yes.
a flight?
Right.
And you arrived at Fort Worth at Carswell?
Right.
And what happened then?
Well, we parked on the front flight line, and Colonel Jennings told us to finish. We had some spark plugs to change, and he said as soon as we got our maintenance done and the guard was posted, we go eat lunch and come back then.
Was there anything unusual about your arrival at Fort Worth?
No.
So you did your maintenance, then you went out to lunch, and what happened after you got back?
We came back and they moved the aircraft to the back flight line, and told us that they'd transferred the material to a B-25 to go into Wright-Patterson, and that it was a weather balloon, and that was it.
What did you think when you heard that?
Well, I just thought this was what it was.
You accepted what you were told. And then you flew back to Roswell?
Right.
Was there any conversation on the way back about this? How about after this episode? Was there any more?
No, nothing.
Was it something that just wasn't talked about, or did you feel that it shouldn't be talked about?
Well, we just thought it was a weather balloon, and that was it.
That was it. Okay. Did you have? When did you first share, or when were you asked about your involvement in this?
In 1979. Stan Friedman called me in 1979.
And what did you learn anything more about this than you had known before?
Not a whole lot, no.
Does it surprise you to know that Jesse Marcel at least said that it was not a weather balloon?
Well, not really. I never thought much about that.
After all these years, what do you think it was?
It wasn't a weather balloon.
You're pretty sure of that?
Right.
Okay. That's because of what people said?
Yes, right.
You're out of the service.
Yes.
For a while now, I guess.
27 years, I guess.
Are you getting a pension?
Yes.
Have you gotten any kind of harassment or anything?
None at all.
From having talked about this?
No.
Do you have any regrets about having talked about it?
No.
What do you think the government should do now about all this?
Well, I think they should let the people know what's going on.
You'd like to know, I guess.
Yes.
So would we. Is there anything that we haven't talked about that you'd like to say, Mr. Porter?
No.
As long as we got it all straight. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Porter, can I say a little bit about yourself? Where are you living now, and what's been your profession over the past few years?
Well, at present, I and my wife reside in Southern California in a small community called Spring Valley. It's in the neighborhood of San Diego. I think for our purposes that's close enough. And I practiced as a dentist in that region from about 1952, after my release from active duty after following the Korean police action. I think that's correctly noted.
Right.
And I met Pappy Henderson in the early mid-60s. To the best of my recollection, it had been maybe 1962 or 63.
How did you happen to meet him or know him?
Well, I was introduced to him by a mutual friend. And we were, of course, one of my other vocations other than dentistry has been practice of studying metallurgy. And I think that's probably what got Pappy and I together. And as the years went along, I went into other ventures. I wound up actually joining one of his because it really proved to be interesting, and I described that fully at our meeting today. And, I don't know what else to say. We gained a great deal of respect for each other, and I trusted his judgment as he did mine, I guess. Just was a very nice relationship that we developed.
And when did he tell you about something that occurred that was very unusual in 1947?
Well, it was as near as I am able to tell. It would have been, and I think it might have been perhaps the 30th anniversary of that event, because it was right about that time in the summer of 1978.
Okay. And what was it that he related to you as to what had occurred?
Well, and he, of course, we will understand, we were in a public place where we met frequently, but we did speak in quite in a great deal of privacy, let's say. And he told me about the Roswell incident. When that incident occurred, why, I happened to have been in a period of inactive duty in my naval service, and I was living in northern Minnesota. And I guess the wire service never reached me. I was actually unaware of the Roswell incident that was casually mentioned in our newspapers, perhaps as late as a month later. Who knows? But northern Minnesotans weren't too worried about what happened in Mexico.
So what did Pappy Henderson tell you happened?
But he said that he had an unusual job to perform while he's in his Air Force service, and that he transported wreckage and bodies of the alien people to Ohio.
Uh-huh.
It was that simple. And Jack was a man of few words, really. And in our habit, the way we dealt and talked with each other, we really didn't waste much time. We said it, and that's it. There's nothing more to it.
Did he describe any of the wreckage to you?
Not really at that time. It was just a smashed pile of, I guess, space wreckage, spacecraft garbage, and I guess some of the passengers thereon suffered their death, of course. I really was more or less privileged to just be listening, so I refrained from asking a lot of questions. But he did say that these people were small, and that there were quite a number of them. He never described the actual number to me, but since I've, of course, been filled in somewhat, I'm still not sure that there were what they even claim now. There may have been a lot more.
Did he describe their appearance any further than saying they were small?
Not to me. I think he found the kind of distasteful. I was pretty well tuned into Jack's feelings, you know. And if something was bothering him, I'd be sort of aware of it very soon.
Do you know what kind of craft he flew to Wright-Patterson?
Well, as a Navy man, I wasn't too familiar with what the Army Air Corps, later Air Force, had. You know, my experience with airplanes ended with the Taylor craft and Pipers and Aranca sedans and things like that. Pre-World War II, things that I flew. The rest of it is lost. But it was one of the Bs, B-29 perhaps.
Did he say what his takeoff point was?
Well, I assumed it was Roswell. He did not say to me where it was from.
But that he did say that he was going to Wright-Patterson.
Yeah, that's where he did say, and he said that the remains were there. And he said very likely in a frozen state. Which would lead me to believe that, that being the case, that autopsy work was being planned and would have undoubtedly been performed. So.
Did he relate any information following this flight that would shed some light on what the wreckage or the bodies were all about?
No, it was perhaps a year later. We were meeting again under about the same circumstances. We decided to have a game of pool, and when we had a little break in our game, why he produced this piece of metal for me to look at. He said, "What do I think of it?" I said, "Well, it's different." And I felt it, and it did feel different. And I studied it some, and was able to determine that its the metal structure was different than alloys like we have in our aircraft, for instance. And of course, he did preface his question by stating this was from this craft. And apparently, I think it was a case of appropriation that he acquired this, for future study, perhaps. At any rate, I gave it a good, thorough looking at and decided that it was an alloy that we are not used to, or we don't think we do. But there is a possibility we may be able to come up with something like it.
What do you
It's a very big, roundabout statement.
I understand. How about describing it for me? What did it look like, feel like?
Well, it was a lustrous, a gray lustrous metal that resembled aluminum. It was lighter in weight and much stiffer. If you're familiar with aluminum alloys like ST-37, is a very stiff, tough aluminum. Well, this was harder and stiffer than that.
Could you bend it?
No, not, and I didn't want to try. The edges were pretty sharp, and Jack didn't want to let it out of his personal ownership, So I couldn't take it into my lab and do some testing on it, which I really would like to. Number one, I'd like to have found out what it would take to machine it. In other words, in machinist language, to mill it. That decision came as a result of our having made an alloy similar to it, which up to this point no one's been able to scratch it, so to speak. But that's kind of beside the point. But I think this is one of the reasons that Jack showed me this piece, because our association had gone on quite a few years, and he trusted me, and I didn't tell anybody about it. I think this is my first discussion, or at the meeting as of this date.
Publicly.
So.
What did he do with this piece of metal?
He put it in his pocket, and that's the last I've seen of it. It's probably in his personal effects somewhere. His wife states that there's many boxes of his things that she hasn't gone through or opened or looked at. So could be that that piece is there, and I'd certainly recognize it if it were. my feeling was that the metal itself was it didn't have a crystal lattice structure like alloys that we make. That it was more of an amorphous form, and that the fractures of the edges were more like fractures rather than tears. As I recall, they had a conchoidal appearance, like plate glass or bottle glass, for instance, would have if you break it. Smooth, concave shapes with real sharp edges.
What's significant about that, if anything?
Well, it indicates that it's not crystalline, which may have a lot to do with its physical properties, perhaps in flight or resistance to heat, like entrance and exit. I know we're using non-metallic materials like steatite to coat our shuttles with, and so on, to absorb the heat. This apparently didn't need that.
Would your, with your background and your knowledge of metallurgy, would you think that this was something that would have been easily manufactured using technology available at the time you saw this material?
Well, I don't think it'd been easy for us to do. No. I think we're looking at pretty high temperatures in smelting, for one thing. I think now perhaps it would be easier. They have refractories, for instance, have changed, like in furnaces or smellers. They are able to tolerate better temperature, higher temperatures, and then we have more, let's say, more sophisticated temperature control, things of that nature that would be needed to perfect an alloy like that. But I do think that the metal, and I think that should be used with quotation marks. Metal is a salacious alloy. That's my own opinion.
And what does that mean to the layman?
Well, that it's a compound of silicon with whatever the main constituent metal itself would be. We found some in the United States, the atomic weight of which appears to be somewhere very close to iridium. And in fact, that causes a considerable problem in, for instance, the lab techs reading the plates because of the overlay of the lines, the spectral lines. And in fact, there's one material that was smelted, and the button made, which proved to be a similar alloy, but it's one we made ourselves. Yeah. It weighed a lot more, though. It was heavier.
What is your own belief about what this fragment was from? What does it represent?
Well, I think it was one of the structural parts, not the thinner materials. I know that Jack himself, well, he stated to me, as far as the thin materials go, that was the lining of the crafts, and that when properly energized, it produced perfect illumination inside. That you had a total easy light with no shadows.
But
that's why I asked today this gentleman that I think it was Jesse, that had his hands on some of that thin material, if he had seen it in the dark.
Right.
He guess he hadn't paid any attention to it. He's pretty young then anyway. So. Well, that would be kind of interesting to see if it could be energized or polarized, maybe is all it would need to be. It's hard to say. It'd take a little, take a good old scientist, maybe one of our physicist friends who could tackle that and light the place up with a piece of that, you know. It's fairly possible. So.
What do you think this was from, though? I mean, what was this? What was this thing that was recovered?
Yeah, well, I think that metal, that thin material, was different. I didn't see any of it, but from what I'd seen of the pictures and so on, I don't think that's the same metal.
Is it your feeling that this was from an extraterrestrial spacecraft?
Oh yes. Well, there's no question in my mind about that. The one craft that crashed and was, as they said, it was just split open. The color of it, the way it looked on that photo, is about the way that piece that I had to look at looked.
I'm sorry, which photo are we talking about here?
Well, whether it was a drawing or a painting or a reconstruction, I don't really know, but I was here today, but I saw that. So.
Okay.
But that's more or less what it looked like. Slightly mistreated, maybe, you know, by temperatures.
No doubt in your mind, though, that this was from outer space?
I have no question but what it was from outer space.
The bodies?
Sure. Well, there's no reason we don't have a franchise on Universe.
Yeah.
If you're interested in my thinking on that matter, why, I don't think we have a franchise on being the only good guys and or bad guys either, for that matter, in the universe.
Obviously, this was something that was considered to be highly secret. Pappy Henderson wouldn't have shared this with you without a foundation of trust.
Right. Well, he asked me to observe the protocol to not mention it, which I didn't. I was kind of surprised to find that he'd taken a couple other people into his confidence. But one of which was Bill, who's here today. Also, there is another one that we discovered. This is one of our naval helicopter pilots who's retired now. Was aware of what Pappy had seen. But he was pretty choosy about who he talked to, I think.
Did he express any feelings about the secrecy aspect, or why it was that he wanted to share this information with?
Well, Jack had become ill with adenocarcinoma, and I would guess that he probably wanted to leave it. I think Bill Lounsbury expressed that notion. I think he wanted to leave it just in case he did die, which is worked out he did. But no, he had great hopes that he would be given a ride, and it would have occurred by now. It seemed like he had it sort of set up in some way. It's beyond my knowledge of his activity. But you know, you take the case at Switzerland event and the Palladian arrivals there. In fact, all the footage that was made of those spacecraft, and which incidentally I've seen some of the film on that, and it greatly resembles our Channel 13, if that's the right channel, in L.A. that photographed the two that flew over just it's either in Anaheim or Orange. they just came in and made a swooping in and out, and someone just happened to be taking some pictures and managed to photograph that in action, and the films proved to be genuine. And those looked, for all the world, exactly like the ones in Switzerland. Yeah, Pappy made a great effort to apprise me of what all that Swiss thing was about. In fact, he spent quite a bit of money on books for me and things of that nature, some of which involved some of our own military, where they were doing intensive study to verify the authenticity of these Swiss landings. And they, I think to a man on these panels, concluded that they were real. And all the school children over there, I've seen pictures and movies of those people. You can't have 38 kids all give you the same story, usually on anything. But on this one issue, boy, there was no question about it. Plus the description of the squadron commander in that case was a lady, and her squadron was 3, and she described her craft and allowed him to photograph.
As far as this metal fragment's concerned, do you have any idea where it is now, today?
No, I don't. I think if it's anywhere, it'd be in his personal effects. It was pretty traumatic when Jack died. At that time, her daughter's mother-in-law was very ill, and so they just packed Sappho up out of her apartment, moved her to L.A. to help take care of this old lady. So, and I think, as Sappho said, if it's anywhere, it's in some of the old boxes they haven't even opened yet. So I'm going to look into that when I return. See if I can maybe convince her to go ahead.
We'd very much like to know what the result of that is.
Well, if I get it, it'll head right straight for my safety deposit box, and then I'll get on the telephone. And I won't tell them which bank it's in. They'll have to kidnap me.
Well, thank you, Dr. Crumpshotter. I appreciate
You're very welcome. I'm hopeful that I've strengthened your thinking in some ways.
It's certainly been illuminating.
Well, if I find that metal, I'll send it back here, and I should know. I think there was one gentleman. Maybe I can recognize his name.
Somebody on our board? Oh, David Schwartzman, I bet you.
Yeah.
He's a geologist at Howard University.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and I thought he'd be the one that he seemed to be the most interested in that piece of metal, and also in the smelling techniques that were developed.
I bet he'd know about that stuff.
Yeah, well, he really got a kick out of it when I told him about the misfiring trying to cut that at Johns Hopkins University. I mean Stanford University. And one of our government facilities, I think, has a unit there that this button that was made went to for cutting an analysis. Well, they couldn't cut it. And they sent it back. They had a few scratches, and that's it. They broke every metronome metal blade they had in that lab. They gave up on it.
Now, this was of what? A test of...
What we think is a similar one. And that was why Jack got me involved.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So that's really, and it goes way back.
How did you hear about this test at Stanford?
Well, I'm the one that sent it to him.
Oh.
See, I'm into it that far, you know.
Oh. So you got this piece of metal or something?
Yeah,
from whom?
The button that went to Stanford.
Right.
I made it.
Oh, okay. This is a fabricated
Yes.
thing, not
Right.
something, okay, I want to make sure I understand that.
Right.
Okay. Dr. Crumshorter, could I get you to sign that for me?
Sure.
You can read it first if you want. You bet. Okay, well, I'll just get you started. Just ask you what you were doing in 1947. How's that? Okay. Tom, we're ready anytime you are. Okay.
Do you have any introduction?
Nope, no introduction at all. We're just rolling the tape, and I'd just like to ask you what you were doing in 1947, around July.
In 1947, I was at the air base in Roswell. I was in the military, and I was first lieutenant at the time. My assignments were 3, interestingly enough. I was assistant flying safety officer, I was assistant base operations officer, and I was assistant group operations officer. Now, the group was the 509th Bomb Group, and because of the building I worked in, all 3 offices that I just told you about were contained in the same building. And for a time, it seems, I was running back and forth. At that time, I was primarily in group operations. And the call came in one day to arrange to have B-29 ready to go as soon as possible. And of course, someone asked where to. I said, just get a crew on board and have the airplane stand by, and we're going to go to Fort Worth. And that was Colonel Blanchard's directive. So I was out in the operations office. I have to explain to you, the building is an H-shaped building, and the vertical part of the H is where the 2 hallways were, one on each side. But the one on the right side ran directly from the parking area out front. We went straight through the building and out to the ramp for the aircraft. The cross of the H, half of it was the base operations office, where the base pilots came in, filled out their flight plan, and stepped to one side and obtained their weather briefing and read notices to airmen, and got all the material ready to go. And the flight clearance then was taken and submitted to the tower to let them know something was going to happen, and to air traffic control and so forth. As I explained last night, or yesterday afternoon, late, trying to clarify a point, each squadron also have their own operations set up, and they could release their aircraft without going through base operations. They would let us know that a group was taking off and just how many airplanes there were. But they had already handled all their arrangements with air traffic control and with the tower and so forth. At any rate, I was in that operations office, and Colonel Blanchard drove up and came in and asked, is the aircraft ready? And I and one other fellow there, who was now dead, said, yes, it's sitting right out front, ready to go. And with this, he turned, stepped out back into the hallway, and waved to some people outdoors and still sitting in the automobiles. And I suspect, trying to recall now, there were 4, 5, or 6 people. And I'll say 5. Doesn't really matter, but they came in the front door, straight down the hallway, and right out onto the ramp to climb into the airplane. And these were the people that were carrying parts of the crashed flying saucer at that time, UFO today, that I got to see. And that was the only thing I got to see. And it was very short, very quick. Colonel Blanchard, in order to get out of their way, had backed into the doorway of the ops office. And I stepped up to him and I said, Colonel, turn sideways. I want to see too. Maybe if I hadn't said that to him, made it obvious that I was there, I would not have been shipped out 2 weeks later.
What was his immediate response to your request?
Well, he just turned, and if you knew Colonel Blanchard, and when he went on to become 3-star general and vice chief of staff, he was a very commanding presence, and he was a good officer, a real leader. And when he said he wanted something, people said yes, sir, and it wasn't just because he was the military. So he just turned and looked at me, and he did turn sideways so that I could half step into the doorway and watch the fellows go through. And thus I saw them carrying certain pieces of these metals, items, and as I've described to other people when asked, they had one piece that was, I like to say 18 by 24 inch or coffee table top size, brushed stainless steel in color. Maybe if you think of the common aluminum foil roll today, when you're pulling out, one side's real reflective, but that's not what it was. It was like the opposite side, which is rather dull. Doesn't have great reflective power. And I've heard it mentioned now for so many times about the I-beam with the markings on it and so forth. And I actually saw that piece of I-beam being carried through and saw the markings. But it was a case of here it was and there it went. And
very quick.
That was all I got to see. They went out, got on board the aircraft, went to Fort Worth. And Major Marcel went with them, of course. I mentioned the operational setup. This had become clear in discussion that there was some confusion about what airplane went where. One of the first interviews I did, they asked me about a B-29. I said, oh, there was a B-25 also. Well, a couple days later, we had occasion to set up a B-25, do something and take something to Fort Worth. Then there was a third flight, and this was the B-29 that Pappy Henderson was the pilot, and he flew to Wright-Patterson Field in Dayton, Ohio.
Directly from Roswell?
Yes.
No stop-off?
No. I say that, not really knowing that answer, but going back to the time element involved. I sensed the other day that everyone got the impression that Major Marcel went out to the crash site, picked up this material, brought it on base, showed it to the colonel, and it was flown out. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, Walter Haught had made this newspaper release, public relations release, and within 12 hours, it was all squashed, killed. And I picked up that everyone was thinking that everything went out on that flight, that they went to Fort Worth and then they went on to Wright-Patt. I'll have to jump now 40 years.
Feel free.
Because something that happened in our house. There was a couple we had in for dinner, and I knew he was a mortician, retired. On the 40th anniversary, the local paper in Roswell reprinted the story of the flying saucer and the pictures or the sketches. And they had a couple sketches of what the aliens were supposed to look like. These alien bodies that were claimed to have been found. as we were walking to the front door down our hallway, this fellow turned to me and said, "Did you see yesterday's paper?" And the article on the Roswell Incident. I said, "Yes, I did." And shock number one comes when he said, "That's what they looked like." Thus we stopped and talked a little bit, and I come to find out, and he has since been interviewed by Stanton Friedman. He was the mortician on duty that received a phone call from the air base asking for child-sized caskets and body bags that night. Or say the night after the first airplane flew out. It develops that this individual was driving an ambulance for the mortuary, which was a service they provided the Air Force, and he had gone to pick up a sick airman in town and took him to the base hospital. Now this is the next night, 24 hours later. And he said, "I'll go over and see my girlfriend." And it happens that the nurse who handled the bodies was his girlfriend. They had even been thinking about getting married. I don't recall her last name. Her first name was Naomi. He walked into her lab area and was immediately stopped by air police and escorted out. Before he was actually taken out, she looked up and said, "I will call you later." And because they said, "Where are you going?" "Well, I'm going to see my girlfriend, Lieutenant so-and-so." Out. They took him out. Later they did meet, as he told me, and she sketched on a prescription pad what these aliens looked like. And he had that sketch and took it back to the mortuary and put it in a file in the drawer of his desk, where he had a series of files on the work that he handled. And that was all the records they were keeping. He delivered so many caskets, or he picked up so many airmen and took them to the hospital, and so forth. Stanton Friedman interviewed this individual, and they arranged to go to the file building that the mortuary still maintains. And they found all of the files, manila folders and so forth, that he had had in his desk during the years he worked there, except that one file with the sketches in it and any remarks that were made. That had been picked up sometime and taken. By whom, they don't know. But here again, the secrecy veil had come down.
You say you were shipped out shortly after this happened?
Yes. Now, as I explained yesterday to the people, to clarify this point of the different flights, I had learned, of course, that the sergeant of the guard with a series of airmen went out and they surrounded the site, and then they swept the area and picked up everything they could, and the bodies were brought in, and everything was laid out in Hangar 84. And what happened to them then? Well, as I was relating to the fellows, the Air Force had established a system of, there was a base operations office for all normal activity, and they controlled the weather station, they controlled the crash equipment, the tower operation that oversaw the control of the immediate area. Each squadron had its own contact and own operations, and they could set up their own training flights, establish their own contact with air traffic control, tell the tower that they were going to take off tomorrow at 10 a.m., the whole 12 airplanes or however many, and all they provided to the base was the fact that 12 airplanes leaving tomorrow, and they'll be gone on, let's say, a 15-hour mission. And that's all we needed to know, speaking in terms of representing the group ops and the base ops. And one of the squadrons, this is about 3 days later now, or 4 days, announced a training flight, and their aircraft all took off, let's say this morning, in the order that was prescribed and so forth. One of those aircraft was flown by Pappy Henderson, which had been loaded with all the material out of Hangar 84 and went to Wright-Patterson.
Including bodies?
Yes. They were in the caskets that this friend of mine had supplied from the mortuary.
Did you see the caskets or the bodies?
No, I didn't.
How do you know that they were on that flight?
Because that's when they got there. How do I know? I was told that that's what Pappy Henderson said he carried. He was in the hangar and saw this material and saw that his aircraft was loaded. And it was years before he mentioned anything to anybody. At any rate. In other words, what I was trying to convey is everything did not go out with that first airplane. And when the next flights went, we can't find out today. There's no way of tying it down. They have an idea of when he arrived there. But that's not important. The point is that once the secrecy veil dropped and Colonel Blanchard was informed, and he informed his staff a day later, the official story is this was a weather balloon, and that's it. Nothing further need be said. I ran into, I don't call it a misunderstanding, a lack of understanding on the parts of a couple investigative reporters who asked me a leading question, and I turned and looked at them like I'm looking at you, and I said, "How old are you?" And they were rather startled, you know. He said, "And when were you born?" Well, he was born around the time of the Korean War, 52, 51, 53, you know, all different dates for different people. I said, "All right." I said, "Your knowledge of war has been limited to the Vietnam situation and the confusion that was going on and the lack of support by people for that war and really the confused way it was run by Washington authorities." I said, "Never before in the history of military operations has a national capital set back and told the people how many bombs they can drop tomorrow or how many shells they can fire in their gun. You know, this is a ridiculous way to run an operation." But back in, the question had evolved because of Walter Haut and myself, who knew each other at the airbase, who a year and a half later, or 2 years later, shared an office for a year in town as civilians. He was running his little thing, and I was running my little operation. And we cut expenses by sharing an office. And he had raised the question with Walter and then with me, "How come you fellows never talk to each other?" And Walter had made the remark, "Well, I guess I know what I know and he knows what he knows, and that was it." Well, how come you didn't talk to each other? That's what I'm leading to, and why I asked him how old he was. I said, World War II. If you didn't experience it, it's very difficult to understand. But I said, someone came up and slapped the collective nose of the country, and we fought back. And it was in the newspapers, it was in magazines, it was on the radio. statements similar to loose lips sink ships. Don't talk about anything. Don't let on you know anything, because someone's going to take the information and use it to your detriment. I said college campuses got into it, but not by using signs that said minefield, don't walk here, rather than keep off the grass. Newly seeded areas, and they'd have it roped off and say minefield, don't step here. Consequently, the entire country became, in a sense, brainwashed. Everyone was concerned with World War II. And I asked the question, did you ever know that everyone on the coastline had blackout curtains on their windows and on their doors? When someone rang the doorbell, they turned out the lights before they opened the door? And they said, no. I said, well, this is true all the way down the eastern coast around Florida and the Gulf of Mexico. The theory being we shouldn't allow the enemy to know where our cities were. Of course, now they could sit out there during the day and watch, and people in New Jersey could look out on the ocean and see tankers being blown up by torpedoes. This was taking place right out there. And well, this is the way we operated. You were told not to talk about anything. And then if you were in the military, it was even more emphasized. Consequently, Walter knew his thing, and I knew my thing, and we never talked about it. We had never talked to one another about the Roswell incident until after we were invited to come here. And suddenly we both...
What do you think?
I guess we both felt we had to explain to each other what we did know. What do you think happened? What crashed in New Mexico in 1947? I think some type of craft of which we were not at all familiar had a problem and did come apart and crashed in the desert area of New Mexico. I really do. As the properties of the material that was found was unknown to all our scientists. The bodies had never been, no one had ever been seen like that before if these sketches were true, and I feel they were.
You knew this mortician pretty well, didn't you?
Yes, it developed that he and my wife went to school together, and his wife and I knew each other through some friends from the moment I first went to Roswell in 1945 to learn to fly V-29s. And we were very close friends and came close to marrying one another. And she as much as told that to my wife. She says, but you got there first, to my wife Joanne. And we've been close friends ever since. All this time. Ever since the event took place, we knew each other. And we never talked about it.
What happened to her, the nurse?
The nurse, I've heard conflicting stories. I'll jump back to the time of just after the incident occurred. The airplanes have taken the parts and the body, excuse me. I was shipped out to the Philippines.
How soon after? 2 weeks, you said?
Within 2 weeks.
Was that unexpected?
Well, it developed it was unexpected. These things occurred off and on to people. But there was a telegram, TWX called the military, came in from 8th Air Force that said, urgent need for one each flying safety officer, MOS number such and such, to report to Clark Field in the Philippines. And they turned around and looked, well, I'm not even sure, but what it might have had my name on it, because I was the only weights and balance officer on that base. And so I was shipped out, going to Clark Field in the Philippines because of being weights and balance officer. I understand the nurse was shipped out the same week, the sergeant of the guard and the guards, all of them, who were surrounded the site, swept the area and picked the pieces up. They were all shipped out. And every one of us went to a different base someplace around the world, so that no two of us were together.
Was that by design, do you think? To do that?
Oh yes, I believe it was by design, because it's been, looking back through the years, and even at that time I suspected something, because I got to Clark Field and they didn't need a weights and balance officer. They had never asked for one. Well, I said, well, that's what this telegram says. And they said, we don't care what that says. We don't need one. We've got one, and we don't need another one. And they said, what else do you do? And I said, well, operations office. They said, all right, we'll assign you to squadron so-and-so as the operations officer. And that's where I went, and we were involved in high-altitude photo recon. That's what I spent time over there doing, taking pictures from high altitude.
Where was the nurse shipped out to?
I understand she was shipped to Germany, and I understand I was told that there was an airplane crash, and she and a group of her nurses were all killed. The sergeant of the guards that surrounded the territory and picked up the material, he lives in New Mexico, and I understand just recently spoke to one of the reporters for the first time, but his information has not been released in any of the stories. I say that because the investigative reporter said, Bob, you just saw him, and he has spoken to us for the first time since the event. Now that was, where are we? Well, that was nearly 43 years.
Almost exactly 43 years.
Yeah. And he said, since we're the first ones he's talked with, he said, we're not going to use any of his material at this point, because we have to dovetail and collaborate and make sure we're... But he said, I am finding that what you said, speaking to me, he says, what you have told us this evening just emphasizes and proves the point what everyone else has said. This particular reporter, by the way, would come out of New York City, and he said when he got the assignment, he was totally aghast that they would think of sending him out to research some unidentified flying object, which he didn't believe. But he said, I had become convinced of being here. And so, roughly speaking, that's my story. I saw a couple things. I was involved with scheduling an aircraft. I was shipped out with several other people all at about the same time. And 40 years went by before a best friend of mine spoke up for the first time and said, I know something about that. Since that time, Stanton Friedman has interviewed the individual. I took Stanton up in the mountains to meet the man, because Stanton didn't know whether he should go. This was rather interesting. As an aside, perhaps has nothing to do with the interview, but I was talking with Stanton in his hotel room in Roswell, and Stanton said, well, so-and-so has invited me up there for dinner tomorrow. Do you suppose I ought to go? It was kind of, so I can rent a car and drive up there if you think it'd be worthwhile. And I said, Stan, knowing this individual, He's one of the good old boys. He speaks his piece. If he invited you to come up and have dinner with him, that means he wants you to come up and have dinner with him. And it wasn't a polite thing he was doing. I said, it's an exceptional thing he's doing. So I went home and cleared the decks with my wife and called Stan back and said, I'll take you up there tomorrow. This will help you and I'll introduce you. And so we did. They had a great interview, and then we all went in to have dinner together, and we continued the interview, clarifying some points for Stanton.
Since you and the mortician, your friend, both had an interest in the relationship with Naomi, the nurse, I have to ask what you think about what you were told about her having been killed in a plane accident.
Well,
do you accept that?
My only thought was, I had two thoughts about it. One is, gosh, what a waste, because when I was working in group operations, the colonel who sat in front of me, or I should say the colonel operations officer, behind whom I sat with my desk, and to my left was Major Woody Swankett, who flew the bikini drop, and the colonel got an assignment to go overseas. And his airplane was reportedly blown up over the ocean. And he had nothing to do with the Roswell incident, because he was going overseas before the Roswell incident took place. And it was one of those things. The fellows were here today, and gosh, Fred, you're going where tomorrow? Oh, is that right? You know, and your airplane goes down, you're lost. See? Well, there's another friend gone. And that's the way you thought of it. The second thing I thought of in regards to Naomi and the nurses was, of course, now I'm overseas. I learned this either while I was there or right after I got back, that her airplane had been lost. So there's two possibilities. One was the normal, natural thing of some kind of an airplane being lost, because it does occur. Or, boy, is the government taking that extreme to control what she knows. Because she was the one who actually worked on the bodies. And another thing was that they had called this mortician, asking him for information on taking care of the bodies, because he had just newly returned from a school with the latest methods known at that time on how to preserve the bodies and so on. He had related to her what he knew, and she was trying to do that. And she had more first-hand information about the alien bodies than anyone else.
What about yourself? Do you have any concern? You're a former military man. Are you drawing a pension?
No.
So there's not any direct hold the government has over you in terms of... Did you sign any kind of secrecy oath?
No. I was not told to keep quiet. Some people were, whom they felt had more information than they knew I did.
Right. Right.
And it's just that, as I learned, everyone was shipped out.
Right. So that probably pretty much took care of it, I suppose.
That was the first initial attempt. Now, this mortician, for example, because of his involvement, he was visited. His mother and father were visited by military people, whether they were in uniform or in civilian dress. And they were warned not to say anything to anybody about anything. Very direct. And once again, if I believe this man without fail. And so some people were directly told, others were just shipped out. I came back from overseas and learned that Walter Haught had resigned his commission, and thus they left him alone. Walter, of course, as you probably know, never did see any. He personally never saw any of the parts or pieces or whatever. He just happens to be the guy that wrote the release that stirred everything up. Yeah, and again, it was on order.
Thank you, Mr. Shirky. I appreciate your time.
So that's all I know.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Okay.
I still get tongue-tied and forget things. Questions that I've answered 15, 20 times. Same question, but put just a little bit differently. You have to shake your head and back off and regroup.
Yeah. Well, but I don't need to give you my standard lecture about I want you to be relaxed. It's just you and me talking. Just sort of ignore Tom and his camera. Just pretend they're not here. I just want you to be as comfortable as possible.
I do have a bad habit, and you may think I'm looking over the camera. I'll do that occasionally. You know, when I'm trying to think, I may lose eye contact with you, and that was just strictly, I want to break. I may just, that's a good excuse, and look away and I can stop for a tenth of a second.
Okay. Tom, we rolling?
Yes, we are.
All right. Mr. Haught, can you tell me about the day that Colonel Blanchard gave you a call and told you to put out a news release? What was happening that day, as you recall, in that phone conversation took place?
Basically, up until the time I got the phone call from him, I sure can't tell you what was happening. It was probably a very routine day. I was doing either some public relations work, base housing, or something else. I can't remember what it was. It was just the normal work day. Got the telephone call from Colonel Blanchard, and in essence he told me that he had in his possession a flying saucer or parts thereof. Gave me a little bit of idea where it came from, and ranch northwest of Roswell. Then stated that Major Marcel, Jesse Marcel, who was our base intelligence officer, was going to fly it to Fort Worth to turn it over to General Roger Ramey, who was commanding general of the 8th Air Force at that time in Fort Worth.
And what did Colonel Blanchard want you to do?
He told me to prepare a release with basically the information that he gave me over the phone. When it was done, to take it into community and hand deliver it to the 4 news media we had in Roswell at that time, which is what I did.
As best you recall, would that have happened, the initial phone conversation during the morning or in the afternoon?
To the best of my remembrance, it would have been in the morning, and I would have to guess somewhere, I would guess around 9 o'clock. The only reason I come up with that figure is that had to be done and gotten into town so that it would have gone to the record in time for them to set it and to have gone ahead and run it in that day's evening paper.
And would you know what day this happened?
I would say the 8th of July, 1947.
And that was the date of the Roswell Daily Record article? Okay. What, once you wrote up the news release, then what happened after that?
As I said, I had to take it into town. He told me to take it in so that if there was any validity to the fact that this was a flying saucer, and information got out to other news media other than our own. He felt that he wanted our people there in Roswell to have had first crack at it. Didn't want them to feel that he had given the information out to someone who got it to the press services outside of Roswell. So I took it into town and delivered it to the 4 news media in town, 2 radio stations and 2 newspapers.
Do you happen to recall what your itinerary was? Who you went to first, for example?
I'm almost certain I went to radio station KGFL first. Secondly, to KSWS. They were a half a block north. And then I took it to the Daily Record, which was a block further north. And then on my way back out to the base, I dropped it off at the Morning Dispatch, which was about 3 blocks from the Daily Record.
What's your recollection about the reception initially when you handed out this news release to these various local outlets? Did anybody read this material and respond immediately?
I don't believe they did. I believe, again, you're going back some many years. I believe the first place I went was to, as I said, to KGFL, and I believe I just simply left it on the desk of the receptionist. As best I recall, she was not there, and Frank Joyce, to the best of my memory, was in the studio, and he could see the reception area and also see out on the street. And I think I probably pointed at it, indicate that it was something for them. I don't remember what had happened at KSWS. The Record, I gave it to the editor because he sat close to the front door. Probably said, "Hi Don, how are you, Dad? Might like to have this," or very nothing fantastic, just the normal routine, what I did when I brought him a news release. And then I went down to the Dispatch. Again, I believe there I took it into either the editor's office or the publisher's office. I knew both of them real well, and occasionally I'd stick my head in and shoot the breeze with the publisher. The actual delivering of it to who I gave it, I may have seen a half a dozen people in the different news media offices, and who I finally said, "Here it is." It's kind of hard to differentiate from one to the other.
Nothing real remarkable.
Nothing.
About that.
Nobody said, "Oh, wow." I just looked at it and almost put it down.
The way most journalists treat news releases, right?
That's right, and this was not something that was unusual, because you walk into someone's office and say, "Here's a news release," which I had done many times, and nothing was that hot that they had to grab it and run back and stop presses and that type of thing. So it was just a matter of they took it and probably glanced at it, and we had a few words, and I went my merry way.
And what happened next, after you had completed your appointed rounds?
I returned to the base, and when I got into my office, the phone was ringing. I picked it up, and the first call was from London, England. I answered the phone. That's how I found out it was from London, England. It was some newsman over there. And his question was, how did Major Marcel know how to fly this object? I had, in the release, had stated that Major Marcel had flown the object to Fort Worth, meaning that he had put it on an aeroplane and got in and flew the aeroplane. It was a poor choice of words the way I put it. There were a tremendous number of calls of the same effect. If this was an unidentified flying object, how would we have someone within our Air Force that knew how to just get in there and flip switches and run controls. Some of them, some of them were rather terse. Is this another one of those fly-by-night stories? Can you verify it? And the commanding officer is the one that stated that this is what we had.
That was verification enough for you, wasn't it?
For me, that was more than enough verification. When he said something, that was the law.
Yeah.
That went on continually. We had continual phone calls. People that were working for me in the office left somewhere around 5 o'clock, maybe one stayed till 6 o'clock or so. I left there, I would guess 7:30 to 8 o'clock. By that time, it tapered off completely, and I spent the last half hour or so just looking over what had happened during the course of the day. And beyond the Roswell incident, the base didn't stop operating because we found that so-called flying saucer.
What happened the next day, as you recall?
The only thing that happened of any import, as far as I was concerned, I believe I read it in the morning newspaper or heard it on the news that General Ramey said that we didn't have a flying saucer, that was a weather balloon. With which I just breathed this tremendous sigh of relief, and I think I turned to one of the people in the office and said, well, they sure made fools of us again. Then again, we fit into the category of hundreds of others that had said they saw flying objects. So it was not uncommon for people to think they had a flying object, and then lo and behold, it shot down. Beyond that, that was the end of it.
Did you see any of this wreckage or any of the material?
None whatsoever.
Do you believe that Colonel Blanchard had seen it?
Yes, I do.
And why do you feel that way?
I don't think he would have been so, I don't want to say gung-ho, but I don't think he would have been so confident in his comment of, we have a flying saucer in our possession, or parts of a flying saucer. I don't, over this many years, I don't remember the exact verbiage, but he wasn't overly excited. He wasn't flippant about it. It was just a normal, routine type of conversation that we'd have when he'd call me and said he wants this done.
But he sounded pretty positive about it.
He sounded positive, yes.
About what he had. Would you have any reason to believe that Colonel Blanchard would have mistaken this material for being any form of weather balloon or observation device?
I don't think there's one chance in a billion that he would not have recognized a weather balloon. He was a West Point graduate, class of 37 as best I recall. Had gone up through from second lieutenant up to colonel, not too many years. Very intelligent individual, not the type to just jump off on tangents. I think he knew a weather balloon if he had seen it, and that would have been the end of that. He wouldn't have gone anywhere with it. He would have told Major Marcel, this is a weather balloon. Then again, Major Marcel would have known that it wasn't a weather balloon.
That was my next question. Is it possible that Major Marcel would have been misled? Or
No.
Is it possible that Colonel Blanchard might have been misinformed by somebody who told him about what this wreckage was without having seen it for himself?
I would doubt that very much. I don't think he would have taken the actions he did, like going down to operations with it. If he was there in the operations building, he certainly saw it. I'm sure that Major Marcel had talked to him and had given him some pretty sage advice as far as he was concerned on the metallurgy of it. I don't know how much Jess Marcel knew about it, but he, again, was a very intelligent individual and not the type that would just jump at anything and try to carry it to an end. And Between the two of them, I'm certain that one or the other would have called the other one's hand if it was a weather balloon.
So what did you think when General Ramey said it was a weather balloon? Did you believe that?
We're in 1947. When the general said it was a weather balloon, it was a weather balloon. And it was a load off of our mind, as far as I was concerned. When I said our mind, my office, the public relations office.
Because you no longer be the focus of
We
world
were
attention.
out of it completely.
You're just as happy that that was the case.
Very much so. That was, as far as I was concerned, that was the end of the story. Surprisingly, I used to see General, at that time, he had become a General, Blanchard. When he'd come into town, he'd call me and I'd go out and have breakfast with him or lunch. Never a word was mentioned at any time during any of our conversations.
Was that deliberate on your part?
No. I had very frankly completely forgotten about it. And whether he had forgotten, I would doubt it very much, but he just never brought it up.
Did anything happen, did the Colonel say anything about this incident shortly after General Ramey's statement? Perhaps in a staff meeting?
In the next staff meeting, which was about a week later, I think we held them at that time every Monday, he made some comments about our agenda and what we were going to talk about. And I believe that after those comments, he made some statement. He said, to the effect, we sure messed up on that one last week. Matter of fact, he said, that outfit that was sending those weather balloons up were here on our station. They were from White Sands, and they were checking the upper atmosphere winds from east to west.
So he sort of helped buttress the weather balloon theory.
He, with that comment, we all, see, we knew it all along. You know, we were all real smart all of a sudden. We knew that it wasn't a flying saucer.
Did you ever have a chance to talk with Jesse Marcel?
Not until about 1980. The next time I talked to Jesse. He came to Roswell with Johnny Mann from a TV station in New Orleans. He was taking Mann out to the site to show him where it had happened, and he interviewed myself and had brought Jesse with him, and I spent an hour and a half or 2 hours with Jess the night that he was there and talked about it. And he at that time said that was no weather balloon. What I brought into the general's office is not what was there when I came back in and the news media were there. That kind of convinced me, but he was a neighbor of mine, a block down the street in Roswell. I had highest regard for the man. He was a very fine individual. We were impressed with his son, who's now Dr. Marcel. He was quite a sharp little 11-year-old. I believe he was 11 or 12, whatever it was. He was as sharp as a cracker, and I think he still is.
What about another officer there on the base who worked with Major Marcel, Sheridan Cabot? Does that name ring a bell with you?
The name, yes, I'd heard it. He was OSI or CIA or something. I had no association with him whatsoever at any time. I had you asked this question in 1947 and he walked by, I could have said that's him over there. That had been about the extent of it. Had nothing to do with him in any way, manner, shape, or form.
There's been some talk about the circumstances under which you left the Air Force. the suggestion was that somehow you were pressured into leaving because of your involvement in this story and that sort of thing. Can you set it straight on that?
Do you want a long story or a very short story?
Well, let's try the short version, and then I could ask questions.
At the time of the incident, we had a 2-month-old daughter. We had built a house a couple months before. I was gone a lot of the time. I had about 4 different jobs. We were starting to wonder, well, I think my daughter at her age of 2.5 or 3 months wondered what this was that came in the house every once in a while. My wife and I talked about it and talked about it, and quite a decision for us to have made. Try to decide to stay in the service or get out. Well, we kicked this thing back and forth, and finally in February 1948 we decided that we'd stay in Roswell. I felt I knew enough people in business there that I could, if nothing else, I could get a job in Roswell. So I submitted my letter of resignation. I was a regular Air Force officer. Put it on Colonel Blanchard's desk April the 1st of 1948. On August the 18th of 1948, I got a Twix at the base. Started out with First Lieutenant Walter G. Haught, serial number 041123, and goes on and on and on and on and on, and it states that relieved of all duties and assignments and all that, and it ends up, Mr. Walter G. Haught's permanent address is 1405 West 7th Street, Roswell, New Mexico. I thought it was rather humorous. I start out as Lieutenant Haught up here, and it Twix that long. At the bottom, I was no longer, I was Mr. Haught. It had nothing to do whatsoever with the incident or anything else that had happened on the base. It was just a personal matter that my wife and I both felt we'd like to raise our daughter in Roswell. A small enough community, good school system, everything else. Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking that far ahead at that point in our life, but it was one of the things that we were taking into account. I was also probably going to be transferred to Fort Worth within a matter of, I don't know, 4 to 6 months. We didn't want to go to Fort Worth. We wanted to stay in the smaller community. Blanchard had told me that if I did go to Fort Worth, that I would become Public Relations Officer, 8th Air Force. He transferred over there subsequently and became Operations Officer of 8th Air Force, and from then on he started going up the ladder rather rapidly.
He was rather well connected, wasn't he?
Yes. His mentor was General Curtis. I have to stop on that. I always want to say Curtis Easy LeMay. That was Curtis E. LeMay, General LeMay.
So as far as you're concerned, you could have stayed with the military and enjoyed a rather bright future.
Yes.
No talk about your being shipped out after the...
None whatsoever. Things just went on the way they had been going on. Well, not the day I arrived on the station, but after we came back from Bikini, where I'd become Public Relations Officer for the 509th Air Attack Unit. And when I came back to Roswell, Blanchard made me the Group Public Relations Officer and also Base Public Relations Officer.
Do you have any regrets having been involved in this incident?
None whatsoever. I found it fascinating. I meet so many different people. 99% are real nice, but once in a while that 1% always pops up and kind of squares you away and go on your merry way. It's been fun.
In your heart of hearts, what do you think it was that was on that ranch, Roswell, 43 years ago?
Some type of craft from outer space. From where, I do not know. I've talked to enough people involved in it. I've talked, such as Jesse Marcel Sr. and Jr., other people that have had a little touch of it, Bob Shirkey, who still lives in Roswell. Everything I've heard from the investigators, always, every time they come up with something new, I'm kind of, wow, that really is a surprise. That puts another crown, or star in the crown, or whatever you want to say about it. My feeling is that there's been so much that has been brought forward by legitimate people that there had to be something to it, and apparently that is what it was. It was something that crash landed out there on the desert. I'm a firm believer.
Can I get you to express your desire about what our government should do about this at this point in history?
Well, very frankly, I think that the government ought to take all files that they have on this subject and turn them over to a committee of legitimate ufologists, if you permit the use of that word, whether they be the ones that I'm familiar with, or a panel of scientists who are not negative, but will look at all the information with an open mind and come up with a conclusion. I think that, this is censorship, pure and simple. I don't like it. We want the right for people to walk the streets with placards and protest. I wonder what would happen if a bunch of people started walking around the Pentagon or the archives carrying signs, "We want the files." I don't think we'd get very far.
Well, that's right. Is there anything that I've missed in all of this that you feel is important to add to this record that we're trying to put together? Any experiences that you've had, or any thoughts or concerns?
Well, all my experiences with this have been extremely pleasant. I've met some of the nicest people. I've only had one experience. It was a telephone call from a fellow called, and when I was out at the time, when I came home, my wife said, "The shadow called you." And I said, "The what?" And she said, "You know, the shadow, the squeaking door." This fellow called me. He was a friend from my past. He spoke this very low voice and very slowly, telling me that I was going to be in trouble. I should forget this whole thing. Told me all about how the materials were found and they were put on freight cars and shipped from one place to the next. My recollection of that is real vivid, primarily because it was trying to talk to this fellow and keep a straight face. My wife kept walking near me, creak. I thought that was one of the funny ones. He told her, when she had first talked to him that morning, he said something to the effect, "Well, what do you think about the UFOs?" "Oh, I think it's a lot of fun." "There's nothing funny about it." The guy was really kind of a crank on the phone call. But
do you know who this was?
No. I tried everything I could to trick him into giving me some clue. Did I know him at the base? Did I know him from where? He just didn't stop, and he kept on not threatening me, warning me about the dire consequences if I kept on talking about these UFOs. We still laugh about it. The rest of the people have everybody's been extremely gracious. They're very knowledgeable people. Once in a while you get someone who asks a question that kind of throws you off in the corner, but I've tried to answer everything as honestly as I can, and I've had no trouble with anybody. I try to keep my story straight. Let me change on that. I try to keep my story simple so that it'll be straight and I don't have to cover anything up. And that's about it.
It's been enough of that, hasn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Tell you what, we'll let you get back to the meeting. I'll walk you down there. Oh, before I let you go.
What do you have? You got a watch?
No.
This is Stanton Friedman. I'm a nuclear physicist with a very strong interest in flying saucers. I'm in Kansas City, Missouri on July 24th, 1991. I'm here to do an interview with Gerald Anderson, a very important witness with regard to the recovery of a crashed flying saucer in New Mexico in July 1947. We have just had a visit with a polygraph examiner who says he has seen no evidence of deception. This is after spending several hours with myself and Gerald, mostly with Gerald. A full report will be forthcoming. So with that, we will talk to Gerald Anderson. You state your name, please.
My name is Gerald Anderson.
Where were you born and when?
I was born October 4th, 1941, in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, and give me a summary of what happened in 1947 with regard to a crashed flying saucer in New Mexico.
Well, we had just moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico on July 4th, 1947. This was approximately the day before we went out on the plains of San Augustine with my Uncle Ted, my cousin Victor, my father, my brother Glenn, and myself. We drove down to the plains of San Augustine, which is west of Socorro, New Mexico, in the Magdalena Daddle area, and we were down there looking for banded and moss agate, which, according to my Uncle Ted and my cousin Victor, was prevalent in the area. My brother, being an amateur rock hound, wanted to get some of this, and it was a way of showing us around the area. And they had relatives down in Magdalena that they wanted to introduce us to. And so we had gone down there, and we got down in the Horse Springs area and had driven off onto the plains down an old rutted road for a mile or so, and seemed like a long ways. We parked the car, got out of the car, and walked down a hillside, the semi-forested, I guess you could say. It had pinon trees and scrub oak and stuff like that on it. And we'd walked to, well, not scrub oak, but cedar, and walked down the hillside into an arroyo, a dry wash, and then walked south down a dry wash toward where the agates were supposed to be at. And as we came around a bend in the arroyo that had pinon and cedar trees growing on it, we were able to see farther ahead down the arroyo, and on the next ridge line there was a large silver disc-shaped object was embedded in the side of the ridge line, and there was debris and wreckage and stuff strewn about the area, but mainly this thing was intact. I would estimate its size from an adult perspective to be something like 35 feet in diameter. I've heard other people who were there say they thought it was like 50 feet, but as an adult I would say about 35 feet in diameter, quite large. When we got up to it, there were 4 bodies there, not human. There was 2 of them who were obviously dead. One of them was obviously very badly injured, and one of them that apparently suffered no ill effects, or didn't appear to be injured, and was ambulatory, was mobile. I was just sitting there next to the one that was still alive that appeared to be.
Were they right next to the vehicle?
Right next to it, right under the edge of it. And this craft had apparently come in from the east, bounced off one ridge line, went plowing through this arroyo area and then crashed into the ridgeline and embedded itself. And they were sitting back under the edge. It was kind of tilted up like this, and they were sitting back under the edge here. And I'm assuming that this one creature that was all right had laid this material on the ground, but it looked like unrolled tinfoil that these other three creatures were laying on, like it was trying like you do a person in shock, you know, put them on a blanket, kind of a thing. And apparently it had some boxes there around it, and had apparently been trying to give first aid or help these other creatures when we first got there. And as we approached, the creature drew back like this, like it was in fear of us, like we were going to hurt it. And it wasn't very long, you know, trying to communicate with it. The adults were. It seemed to calm down and just sat there and kind of looked back and forth, watching them, apparently trying to figure out what was going on. Like,
what did it look like a little bit more?
These creatures, all of them were about 4 foot tall, 4.5 feet tall. They had very large heads that were shaped larger on the top, and they kind of tapered down. Not to a real sharp point, but just tapered down where they were thin. And they had very large, oval-shaped or almond-shaped, I guess you could say, black eyes they were so shiny they had almost a bluish tint to them when the light reflected off of them. Their skin coloration, I think the best way I could describe that is kind of a bluish tinted milky white. It looked like someone in shock. And the ones that were laying on the ground were really looked more that way, more blue,
How about ears, nose, mouth?
No, there was no visible ears on the creatures, except like if you was just to cover your ear like this, to where there was just a rise there and then a hole, without your earlobe and the rest of the ear there.
How about nose?
It was the nose was very small, almost imperceptible, and just like 2 holes straight in, and the lips were just a straight line. It was like a cut, and you couldn't see any visible lips like we have. It was just a slit, and
what
they never
color?
made a sound. Pardon?
What hair color?
There was no hair. They were completely bald.
And no sounds?
I never heard a sound of one, not out of any of the creatures, including the one that was...
Did you see fingers?
Yeah, they had fingers like this. They didn't have a little finger. They just had the thumb, had 3 extra digits, except the center digit was longer, and the other 2 were about the same size. They were very long and slender. They looked very delicate, and I've made the statement before, and I'll make it again. I think they would have made excellent violinists because of the structure of their hands. They were wearing one-piece suits. All of them were dressed exactly the same, and it was sort of a real shiny, silverish gray color.
No zippers, buttons?
No, I saw no zippers, no buttons.
Insignia?
No insignias. The only thing that was different, they all had this, but the only thing that was different from the silvery gray suit was that down like the seam on it, like it was a seam on the shoulder, and around the collar it was trimmed in what appeared to be maroon, like cording. Then the suits were continuous with their footgear. You could see right about this area down, it seemed to be less pliable than it was up here, like this was a stiffer area, like it was boots or shoes or something. But they were all dressed exactly the same.
Okay, so you and your family are talking back and forth, wondering what was going on. What did your family say? I mean, did anybody say anything?
Yeah, my brother, one of the first remarks I heard made was, that's a goddamn spaceship. There was bodies up there, and I was told not to go up there, which I did. And
how old was your brother at the time?
He was in his early 20s, I think 20, 21, something like that.
He was a lot older than you were.
Oh yes, considerably. When we got up there, I kind of meandered off to one side. This thing was cocked up, and I was standing here. The bodies were here, and everybody else was kind of down here, except my cousin Victor was over here playing and looking in this gaping hole on the side of this disc, and it's shaped just like a discus, except for a round dome was up on top, and there was this big gaping gash in here where you could see inside, and it looked like a double hall.
How big a length?
The
gash?
dome?
The gash.
Well, it covered the greater majority from the center of the craft out. It was just like a gaping hole in there. And I'm thinking, it's like about 30 feet, 35 feet in diameter, so we're talking about 17 feet maybe.
Oh, okay.
And most of that one side was ripped open like that. And you could see inside, and you could see another double hull in there, and there was these rows of components that was on there, and there was lights that flashed on and off. Some of them were steady, some were flashing. There was a lot of debris and stuff hanging out of the hole. There was evidence that there had apparently been fire. It looked like it had been burnt along the edge there. The gash.
Now, this wasn't a gash that could have been caused by the thing coming into the ground. It wasn't at the leading edge of the vehicle.
No, this was in the side, like, it almost appeared, it was elliptical. It almost appeared as if something the same shape as the disc we were looking at had hit that same, had hit the disc and left an imprint that pretty closely approximated the outside diameter of the disc itself. And it appeared to be caved inward.
Okay.
And kind of like, you'd hit it like this and just crumpled and caved in and ripped it open.
Okay, so you're there, you take all this and everybody's mystified. What were the circumstances outside? Hot, cold?
Very, very hot. Well, to me, being the first time in New Mexico and coming from back east, that dry heat was just like being inside of an oven. It was unbelievable to me. And that was the odd part about this thing. The closer you got to it, the cooler it was. And standing under it in the shade there, next to these creatures' bodies, it was like refrigerated air conditioning. And
did you feel air coming out of this thing? Or
no, it was just like it was ambient. And I remember reaching up and putting my hand on the side of it, and I think I was afraid it was going to hit my head because there was enough room for me as a small child, I was approximately the same size as these creatures to walk up under there and stand there, but I kind of did like that, put my hand up against this thing.
What did it feel like?
It was ice cold. It felt like it just came out of a freezer.
Was it smooth? Was it rough?
It was very smooth. It had a very smooth texture to it. It was obviously made out of metal. It was very solid, and it was very cold, ice cold. And there was a smell in the area. It smelled volatile, acrid, like acetone. And that seemed to be coming out of that gash, that smell. But the closer you got to this thing, the cooler it was. So I kind of remained there, and I guess that while they were over here, my father and my Uncle Ted and my brother, and Uncle Ted was trying to talk to this thing in Spanish, and of course it didn't understand a word he said. And Dad tried to talk to it, and then they tried, sign language, and that didn't work. And I don't know, for some reason, I just, I reached down and touched it, this one that was laying next to me. And when I touched it, I realized, I jumped back. It scared me and startled me because I suddenly realized that these weren't dolls. I thought they were plastic dolls. And I was still in my mind that these are moving dolls until I touched it, and I realized, this was a dead thing. I'd seen dead relatives before, and I unfortunately had made the mistake one time of touching a relative that was in a casket, and I just knew this is a dead thing. And it scared me, and I ran around behind my father and my uncle, and this thing was sitting there on the ground, and it kept looking back and forth, and it just had its hands like this in its lap, and it just kept looking back and forth between the three of them, and like it was trying to understand. And all of a sudden it just turned and looked right straight at me between my Uncle Ted and myself. And this is when it was just like an explosion of things in my head, things I started, feeling just terrible depression, and loneliness, and fear, and just, awful feelings that just suddenly burst into my mind. And I don't know if that meant that it was communicating with me and I was the only one there I could communicate with because I was a kid. I don't know. I turned and ran, and I ran across the arroyo and up on the area that it had bounced off of during the crash. And we're just standing there looking down at the scene, you know, and my family, and off in the distance I could see cattle grazing, I could see a windmill, and I could see dust trails out on the out on the plains out there. And I was there for a little while, and then I came back down, and I guess we were there, you know. Victor was when I got back down there, Victor was up in the crack, and Ted yelled at him to get out of there, and Glenn went over and grabbed him by the belt and jerked him off.
That's your brother?
Yeah, and jerked him off and said, get out of there, you could cause this thing to explode and kill us all, you know. And then of course he went prowling around in there. I was kind of standing off to one side looking. That's why I knew that I could look off these rocks that I was standing on, look right into this thing. That's why I knew, you know, about the lights and the components and stuff. And then I heard other people talking, and I turned, and there was a group of people coming up the arroyo from out on the plains from the south. They had come up there, and of course they walked up and was talking. And
how many?
There was an older man and 5 younger students.
Boys, girls?
There was 3 boys and 2 girls. And they were all, you know, introducing, talking to my father and my uncle and my brother.
What did the older one look like?
The
man.
leader of this group,
Yep.
the man, he was a very tall man, very big man. He was wearing a pith helmet when he first came up, one of those kind of explorer helmets. And he was bald, and I know that because he had taken it off, and he had done this, you know, a couple times with a handkerchief and put it back on. He was a balding man. And he had a round face. He was very ruddy complected. He's a big man. And he apparently was a doctor, because they kept calling him doctor. And as I understand it, it was an archaeological group that was out there on some kind of summer thing. And they talked, and he apparently was able to speak several foreign languages. And he tried to talk to this creature several times in different languages, again to no avail.
How did he happen to be there? Had he seen the thing?
Well, they claimed that they said they saw this thing come down the night before, flaming, you know, and they thought it was a meteorite. And they had talked about, well, in the morning, you know, we'll go over there and see this, where this meteor came down, because that's what they thought it was. And when the sun came up the next morning, you know, and they got about their business and got up, and somebody looked over and said, you know, they saw all the shiny metal and stuff across the plains there, and they realized it wasn't a meteorite, it may have been an airplane, and that crashed. So they all decided to go over there and see if there was anybody who was alive, you know, that was hurt, that needed help.
They had driven over?
No, they walked over, apparently, the way I understand it. And it's quite a ways across that plain, so it had to take a very long time to do this. Or they may have had a vehicle, I don't know. That's an assumption, I think, on my part. They walked.
Okay, so they're around with
But
the
they
family.
came across the plains nonetheless. I'm not sure if they drove or not. I didn't hear any cars.
And then somebody else showed up.
Yeah, they were down there just, 15, maybe 20 minutes at tops, you know, and they were picking up things, some of the students. And this Dr. Buskirk, that they called him, this one girl went up and said, look, doctor, wouldn't this make a beautiful ring? And she was holding what looked like a red rod, or a red tube of some kind. It was kind of a silvery red. And he kind of snapped at her, you know, and put that down, Agnes. You don't know what that is. I think it hurts you. Just don't pick this stuff up. And she kind of said, well, yeah, okay, doctor. And then he went back to what he was doing, and she walked away and put it in her pocket. And a lot of them were doing this, sort of picking up things and feeling things. I was picking up things and feeling things. There was all kinds of material, metal, and stuff laying around. Then we heard it. Well, we all heard it, a sound of a motor coming like a truck. And I went back up the incline there to the ridge line, and I could see out there, and there was a truck coming up. It was an old pickup truck. It was sort of a beige color or a tan colored thing, and it had a whip antenna on it. And it stopped, and this guy got out, and he's wearing brown clothes. He's got boots on, and he's wearing a straw hat, just like the kind Harry Truman always wore. And he had wire-rimmed glasses. He was a big man, and he looked exactly like Harry Truman to me. And I, I'd seen in the movie Tone News that
He was president then.
Yeah, I was well aware who Harry Truman was, so everybody was. He was kind of a hero, you know. And this guy looked like him except bigger. And I don't think he didn't look as old either. His hair was kind of light gray. And he walked over there, and they got to talking, you know, with everybody. And he told them that he worked out on the planes out there, and that he made maps, and that he had seen the wreckage from out there on the planes, and he saw the people, and he thought it was a plane wreck, and you know, just something was going on. And he came over there to see, and he hadn't been there but just a very few minutes when we heard all kinds of motors and engines straining and stuff. And here comes a military car with a big white star on the side of it, followed by a 6x, which is a military truck with a kind of a canvas wagon type canvas thing over it, and it's full of soldiers. They've got guns, and right behind that was what we call a 4x, which is like a medium-sized Jeep truck situation, and it had two big high whip antennas, all kinds of radio gear in the back, and a guy back there with earphones and stuff on, and he's, you know, working these radios, and they all pulled up and stopped. And
which direction had they come from?
They came from the north, from the Horse Springs area, right?
So they could have come off the highway there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's exactly how they got there. They come off the highway the same way we did. Well, in the meantime, when it stopped, this black soldier, the sergeant, and the reason I know he was a sergeant, my brother told me he was, and he got out of this car, and then a guy got out on the other side, and Glenn said he was a captain. He told me later he was a captain, and this guy had orange-red hair, and all the soldiers then came running over there, pointing guns at people, and telling them, get away, get away, get away, you know. And when this creature saw these people, the military, he went nuts. He went into an absolute panic, worse than what he did when he saw us.
Did he move around, or just his eyes? Or?
He just
oh, okay.
Crazy, and it was like he was looking
fearful.
Like he was looking for a place to run and hide.
But he never got up.
Never got up. He never left the one injured one next to him. And this red-headed officer, this guy was a real butthole. He made all the threats. He threatened to have people shot if they didn't move away.
To everybody?
Oh yeah, get away, get away. You know, we'll shoot. Get away from there. This is a military secret. You know, just screaming and hollering. And he told my uncle and my father that if they didn't want to spend the rest of their life in prison, they would never say anything about what they saw there. If they ever wanted to see us kids again, they'd take the kids away, and they'd never see the kids, you know, meaning me and Victor, that we'd better keep our mouths shut. If we did not, this is what was going to happen. They were threatening people and pushing people. And
the students as well? And Dr.
Oh yeah, they were hustling everybody. And one of the soldiers pushed my uncle. He had a rifle, I guess, and he shoved him back like that. Well, that was something you don't do to my Uncle Ted. Ted had a violent temper, and he grabbed the rifle and reached over top, smacked this guy, and dropped him right there. And Ted had dropped the hat. This guy's a cowboy. He'll hit you in a minute. And of course, when he did that, there was bolts opened, and I guess cocking. You know, they were cocking their rifles. They were pointing guns at people, and everybody, Busker and Glenn and Dad, grabbed him, you know, pulled him back and got him away. Don't, man, they're going to shoot. Don't do that, you know, trying to stop this. And I think we came very close to having someone shot. Then they really started threatening, you know, and they interviewed.
Well, did the redhead do all the talking, pretty much, too?
Pretty much, except once in a while the sergeant would chime in and make statements like that to other people in response to the redhead. But mainly it was the redheaded.
Was there a name tag?
Yes, there was, and his name was Armstrong. And I'm not sure if I know that from having read it or know that from remembering it, now being able to read it in my memory, or if someone said that to me. But his name was Armstrong, was right here on his uniform.
Now, they chased you guys away pretty quick.
Yeah, they did. and they herded us up like cattle, and they moved us up the arroyo back in the direction we'd come from, over the protest of this Dr. Buskirk, who said, no, we've got to go the other way. We came from over there. I don't care where you came from. Get your ass up the arroyo. And they ran us up the arroyo. And
so you get to your car then?
Right. Now, they take us up the arroyo, and just below the hill that we came down, they broke us off and moved us up the hill. Now, this whole time, no one has ever frisked us down. No one has ever checked our pockets to see if we picked up any of this material. And this girl, Agnes, still has that stuff in her pocket, and some of the other students had stuff. To my knowledge, up to that point, they had not been searched. Whether they did so afterward, I don't know. They never searched us, ever. They run us back up the hill, and when we got to where the car was parked, where Dad had parked the car up there, there's a Jeep with a guy sitting in the back, and there's a mounted machine gun in the back of this Jeep, and all these soldiers. The Jeep pulls out, we're told to get in the car, we follow the Jeep, and the soldiers go with us, all the way back out to the highway. When we get back out to the highway, they set us right there. They wouldn't let us out of the car. They wouldn't let us move forward. I don't know whether they were making a decision or what. When we got out to the highway, this place was absolutely full of military personnel, military equipment. There was airplanes sitting out there that they had landed on the highway.
Did you see any airplanes when you were back at the site?
Yeah, there was airplanes in the sky, but nobody thought much about it. You know, I didn't think anything about it. I was used to airplanes being in the sky, having been raised in Indianapolis, Indiana, the home of the Nordum bomb site. The sky was always full of military aircraft. I never thought nothing about it. And when we get back onto the highway, there's observation aircraft, high-winged aircraft, and there's one, what I know now to be a C-47 sitting there, and how we didn't hear that land's beyond me. And how he landed, well, of course, I guess you could land if you're a good pilot out there, because there's no telephone poles or anything. And they had torn the fence down on the north side of that highway, and all this equipment was setting back up there, and that plane was up there, and they were taking stuff out of the plane. There was military ambulances, and there was trucks with wreckers, cranes on them, and there was tankers, like maybe had fuel or water in them. It was just everywhere you looked, there was military. And
a major recovery operation.
Yeah, it looked like an invasion force. It really did. And they were all wearing these light khaki uniforms. They didn't look like olive drabs. They were light khaki, and they all had the same patch over there. That kind of blue funny patch with the circles on it was on their shoulder. And
Did you have any clue as to where they came from? Did your brother or your uncle?
No, I don't know where they came from. I don't think anybody ever ascertained that. There were a lot of them had MP patches, and some of them were wearing nightsticks off of these webbed utility belts. They had nightsticks, and they had 45s and holsters. The automatics in the full holster. And these were the people who were given most of the orders. They had the road barricaded off out there, and we sat there for a very long time, and we were getting thirsty and everything, and we asked, if we could go back to Horse Springs and get some water. Oh, no, you can't go through there. And right after that, they said, no, you just turn around and you head out of here now, and you go to Socorro, and this is a redhead again, you keep your mouth shut, just keep going, and don't look back. Well, so we drove away, Dad and I said, hell with it, we'll go to Magdalena, we'll get water in Magdalena, because that's where John Trujillo lived, their relative of Ted. And so as we drove away, I was looking out the back window, and I could see Dr. Buskirk and these kids, and that guy that got out of the pickup was standing there, and this Dr. Buskirk was doing just like this in this red-headed officer's face, and he kept pointing back behind him. And I guess that meant, we got to go back that way, and he was fed up with this guy or something. He was shaking his finger in his face while they were yelling at each other. And that's pretty much the last I saw of the whole situation. I don't know what happened after that, because we just kept going.
Did you get home before dark?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was before dark. Of course, it was in the summertime, so it didn't get dark until way late. And we stopped in Magdalena very briefly, and then just kept going. And the adults were really funny. They were really scared. And I had very rarely, well, of course I didn't know him that well, but over the years I knew that Ted was not much of a disciplinarian. He really didn't discipline the kids that much. But he really knocked the fire out of old Victor. Victor wanted to talk about what we just saw. And Ted kept telling him, shut up, don't talk about it. Nobody's talking about this. Finally, he just turned around and knocked the living hell out of Victor for shooting his mouth off.
Did Ted work at Sandia then?
Yes, he did. He did something out there in the technical area. I don't know.
Had a clearance?
Yes. And
later your dad worked out at Sandia?
Yes, he did.
Security.
And he worked there for years.
Until he retired?
Until he retired. And Dad had some very high clearances.
Okay.
When we got home, Mom was over at Uncle Ted's house, and Mom perceived instantly that something was wrong. I said, what's wrong, Glenn? He's again. And then they decided they'd tell him. Well, when they did, then of course Isabel, oh my God, you saw demons, you saw the devil, because
Isabel was Ted's wife?
Ted's wife, is a devoutly religious Catholic person who thinks anything that isn't a vision of, say, the Virgin Mary or of Jesus is quote-unquote demons, and that's what we saw. And of course Ted, he just put her off. And we really never talked about it much in the family because of the reaction it got. And my dad was really afraid, and so was Ted. And Glenn especially, because Glenn made the statement about when he first saw the military, he told my father, he said, and Ted and everybody there, don't let them some bitches know I'm a Marine. Don't let them know. And of course nobody did, and he was in civilian clothes, so he had a pair of blue jeans on, and it was in civilian clothes, so he didn't look like military, or I'm sure his ass had been in real trouble. And they never checked. They just assumed, I guess, that we were.
Did they ask your names?
Oh yeah, they took our names. They got all that from my dad, and my brother just very cursory would, just hardly talk to him at all. He let Dad and Ted do most of the talking, which was pretty smart, I think, under the circumstances. And of course, they never really asked me any questions at all.
You were just a kid.
Yeah, I was just a kid. And
well, you first went public with this. Now, let's first square away. All the other four that you were with are dead.
Yes.
It's been some time.
And my brother died of a heart attack in Mexico City. My dad died of a heart attack in '78. And Ted and Victor were killed in an automobile accident in the mid-'60s, and I assume it was '65.
Right, now, there's a strange diary that's turned up. How did that happen?
Well, when I went to my father's funeral in 1978, a lot of Dad's personal belongings were given to us boys.
You didn't live in the area at the time.
Oh, no.
You'd gone off to the military.
I've been in the military, and subsequently, on return from the military, moved to Colorado immediately. And
your dad had remarried a couple of times.
Oh yeah, this was Dad was on his third wife, and his personal belongings and stuff, were kind of given to my two brothers and myself. And my cousin Valley Jean was there at the funeral.
That's Ted's daughter.
Yes, and she came up and was talking to me, and she said, "Here, you were there. You need to have this too." And she handed me these photocopies. And at first, I thought, well, what is this, Dad's diary? She said, no, it's my dad's diary, but you were there. You need to have this. And then it dawned on me what I was looking at, and because I read a little bit of it. And so I said, yeah, okay, and I didn't want to talk about it at the funeral because Roz's side of the family, God bless her.
That's your dad's third wife.
God bless her, I loved her. But they were very religious, and they would have viewed this exactly the same way as Isabel had, as evil. And I really didn't want to have any problems with them. We were kind of on shaky terms. We didn't see eye to eye religiously, so we're not quite.
Well, you're active in religion now, aren't you?
Oh yes.
You're a deacon in the Episcopal Church.
Right.
Okay, that means you actively participate in
service.
Well,
lay Eucharistic ministry.
Okay.
So I actively participate. I serve on the altar.
What do you do for a living now?
I'm a security officer in the state of Missouri.
And you've been doing police sort of work for several years now.
Oh, yes, yes, about 9 years all told.
And you also are going to college to be a nurse, and you've already got a couple of associate degrees from community colleges.
Right, yes. One Associate of Science and one Associate of General Studies, and I'm working toward my Bachelor's of Nursing. In roughly 2 years, I will have my Bachelor of Nursing. I'll be a licensed.
Now, to be a security officer, you have to be licensed by the state of Missouri, do you?
Yes, you have to be a certified law enforcement officer, which means that you have to have gone to the state academy, the Department of Public Safety.
So that's not just a pickup thing.
Oh, no, no, you have to
It's a
attend the
professional.
academy. Yes, it's definite.
Okay.
And you have to work for the state under these conditions. You have to not only be certified, but you have to have prior law enforcement experience.
Now, when we get back to the diary for just a minute, when you were hypnotized by John Carpenter, a psychiatric social worker, and he was asking you questions about the diary, apparently you'd been told that there were a number of copies of that around?
Yeah.
Something buried out maybe there too?
Yeah, as I understood. Well, in fact, in conversations with Valley Jean after the fact, after I got involved in this thing through the Unsolved Mysteries thing, I was told that that wasn't the only diary. That what I had was a copy. Well, it was a photocopy.
Okay.
And that there were a lot of these copies around, and apparently Uncle Ted or someone had put these out through different people in the family and friends and stuff for reasons, I don't know, to keep them from getting lost or something like that.
Okay, now when I asked you for the original, you contacted who?
Well, yeah, Valley Jean.
That was Valley Jean, okay.
Right.
She was in a convent.
Right.
And she was reluctant to do anything. You had to call a number of times, as I recall.
That's correct.
And you talked to the bishop? Somebody talked to him?
Yeah, I talked to a bishop.
And he convinced her to send the stuff to me?
Yes, apparently.
Okay, because I got it directly from Colorado with a cover letter that strongly indicated that she didn't want any more to do with this. That was part of the agreement. But that she considered this the work of the devil, or words to that effect anyway.
Yeah, I think she's of the same opinion that her mother was.
Okay,
That
so
it was the work of the devil. And you see, all I ever had of this was the photographic copies that I had showed you originally. And as I understand it, you received the original.
I received the original from which those
have
have been made. They were partly burnt. She mentioned she had intended to burn them, but because of your persistence and with the agreement that I never contact her, she would send them to me. And as you know, when I had forensic analysis done, it showed that the ink dated from the early 70s. The paper could have been available in 47. So it was clearly not an original. But it was also done before there was any publicity about this case anywhere, because I know I was the first one to get involved.
Exactly.
Now, as you know, we have discovered, not I, but you had identi-sketches done by a police artist of the various people involved in this.
Right.
And as you know, there is a picture, several pictures that seem to indicate that Dr. Buskirk was Dr. Winfred Buskirk, who had received his PhD at the University of New Mexico. And you had described him as in his late 30s, early 40s. It turns out he was 39 in 1947. He was bald and been bald most of his life, even up to then. Was there other contact between you and he at that time, as far as you knew? Your family and him, or?
I don't know.
Well, not to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe my dad had ever contacted him. There's a possibility that Ted may have, and I'm not sure why. I think Valley Jean had alluded to the fact that Ted had been in contact with him, and that they had corresponded and this kind of thing. But as far as any personal knowledge of it, no.
Okay, now you didn't tell your story really until the Unsolved Mysteries program was rerun in January of 1990?
That's right.
That's when you contacted them, got my address, wrote me, wrote Kevin Randall, and we're a little upset that the program wasn't quite accurate.
Well, yeah, that was the whole thing. It started off as a fluke to begin with, because everything that I saw didn't jive with what I had seen personally. And I guess I was kind of miffed, here all these years. I had been Primarily forced, by not only by others, but by, my own sense of survival to keep my mouth shut. And wow, here it is, it's on TV, and he got it wrong. And so, I just impulsively called the number and told the lady, wait a minute, that whole thing was wrong. Well, how do you know that, sir? And I said, well, because I was there, that's why. And boy, that apparently pulled somebody's string.
Yeah, and the key thing that was wrong, of course, there were a few mistakes in an otherwise excellent program, was that they had that, the Barney Barnett, the civil engineer story, over near Corona, and you knew that it was over in the plains.
Right.
There's a lot more.
Well, yeah, and then the fact that the thing looked like a tin flat hat or a tin top hat, and it didn't. It was dish shape, and Barney Barnett, or whoever the guy in the truck was, did not drive right up to it on a road. It wasn't parked conveniently next to a thoroughfare,
Right.
And it was just things like that. And I don't know. I just, for some reason, I thought, well, geez, look.
It's already public.
Yeah, the story's out, and let's get it right, Of course, I don't think I realized at the time, how involved this was going to be, but
what kind of response?
You live and learn.
Now, I got you together with John Carpenter, the psychiatric social worker, and you guys had several sessions, and then we flew out to the site. You're reasonably convinced now that the second time around out there we did find the exact location.
Yeah, the first time in, it was like 43 years.
And we're in a helicopter, which you would never...
Yeah, I was in the air this time, and the last time I was underground. And so, the landmarks were a little confusing. I was positive I was in the right place. But until we actually got on the ground, John and I, and retraced the route in there that we had come in the car, I wasn't absolutely sure. There was two ridge lines there, and I wasn't really sure of which one it was. And I had the feeling that the first one that I had pointed out was the correct one, but once I went in on the ground on foot with John, I knew instantly that it wasn't that one, it was the other one, and I'm absolutely positive that that's where I was at. There's no question in my mind.
And you will recall that you described the woman who sold you the pop on the way in?
Right.
And we found the older woman there who said that was exactly what she looked like.
That's right. And I'll never forget that lady because I had it with the heat. I'm telling you. Back seat of that 40 Plymouth, down those dirty old roads and stuff, and for mile after mile. And of course, my dad was one of these kind of people. When he got in a car, it was point A to point B nonstop. I don't know why. He just never stopped to smell the roses along the way. And so, I was pretty sad shape, and I remember that lady quite well.
What kind of response have you had? You went public. I mean, John talked to a newsman. You both talked. He called me. In the Springfield newspaper, paper carried a very straight, very large article, and that got spread around by lots of people. So suddenly you're a celebrity, if you will. What kind of reaction from the people who knew you on campus where you worked, your friends?
Oh, very, very few negativists. There's the noisy negativist, we have those.
But in general,
generally
supportive.
99% of the people were incredibly supportive. Only one professor at the university was of the negativist type that was vocal about it. Everybody else is just 100% supportive. The majority of these people are absolutely convinced, even without this story, that extraterrestrial life forms exist and that the people are flying around out there and moving between systems and stuff. And it's just an unbelievable amount of support.
You didn't lose your job?
Oh, no.
Your boss didn't give you a hard time?
Absolutely not. In fact, I think I can publicly say that my boss is extremely supportive because he is a avid ufologist himself. He's fascinated by the subject, and you won't have any problem convincing him either. And my boss has a master's degree. He's not someone that's untrained observer that's given to hallucination. Most of the people who are the most supportive of me are people with very high educations, very, very solid educations, very solid, upstanding degree people, not given to hallucination.
You attended a UFO conference with John Carpenter, and he gave a paper, I guess, and introduced you.
Sure did.
And you got a response from that audience too.
Yeah. 100% supportive. I was really quite relieved and made very, very welcome. And,
well, you've been interviewed by a number of other people, Linda Howe working on a documentary and so forth, seems to have bought the story. Now, how much contact did you have with Kevin Randall?
A very brief telephone call. I came home from work one day and there was a message on my answering machine, and as you well know, I have a tendency to be hard to get a hold of.
Yes.
And he had left his number, and of course I had his address and yours, and I had sent cards to both of you and something to the effect, if you want to know what really happened out there, call me.
Yeah.
And he had called and I wasn't there, and he had left his number, so I returned his call. Now, I talked to him very briefly, primarily because I didn't like the man's attitude. I don't feel comfortable with people who call other people liars and charlatans and phonies and say that they rig their research to make it come out the way they want. And when someone starts telling me this kind of thing, then the first thing I want to do is I want to get away from them. And this is exactly what I did. Now, I understand that this man claims that I talked to him for 2 hours and that he has a 2-hour tape of one contradiction after another of me, and that's not quite true.
Okay, there's been no other contact with him?
No other contact. I won't give the man a time of day. And
has any other investigator, any of the noisy negativists approached you directly?
No, none at all. The only other investigator is you yourself, or Don Berliner, and Bob Bigelow, and John Carpenter. Okay. And of course, you're quite familiar with our involvement. And
you agree that on that first trip to the plains, it was you, I, Bob Bigelow, and a pilot in the helicopter?
Yeah, Joe Channing, the pilot, was in the front seat on the left side. I was in the front seat on the right side. You were directly behind me. No. You were directly behind the pilot on the left side, and Bob Bigelow was directly behind me on the passenger side.
Right, and then we met up eventually with Don Berliner and
right.
John Carpenter, and we spent the next 3 days
They
together.
drove to Dattle. They drove the Jeeps and stuff to Dattle, and were waiting for us at Dattle when we landed in the highway island out there.
Right, and as you recall, where did we refuel the helicopter?
Springerdale, Arizona.
So it's not far to Arizona, that's the point.
No, it was just a matter of a few minutes, actually. 25 minutes maybe at the max, west of where we were located.
All right, I think we may pick this up another time, but I think that'll do us for now. I really appreciate the time and trouble and effort and all the rest of that, and on to bigger and better things.